How's you all doing? Welcome back to the TOON Army TV live stream. Again, another Saturday live stream regarding the Newcastle United takeover. I hope I find you all well. I hope you're all keeping safe. And I hope that this quality is a lot better than what it was this time last Saturday. And as you can see, yes, I have had a haircut. Not the style I really wanted, but it'll do in these uncertain times. If you are new, please don't forget to go along and subscribe to the channel. I am on the route to 2,900 subs. So that would be amazing. And please follow me on social media, TOON Army TV, Instagram and Twitter. Tonight, we'll be talking about the takeover, what's holding up the deal. Why has the deal not gone through already? Is it to do with the government? Is it to do with the human rights? Who knows? You let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. And of course, I'll get people on board as well as we go along in the stream. And also, just to let you know as well, I have now activated Super Chat. So if anybody wants to donate any money to myself for the channel to improve it, you can do. Big or small, it doesn't matter. You don't have to donate anything to this channel. But if you really want to and you really want your comment read out, then please do support me and the channel going forward. So yes, I have activated Super Chat. And if you would like to donate any money, you can, but you don't have to. So it's just out there. So yeah, tonight we're going to talk about the takeover. And we're going to try and get some guests in. We'll talk about the Premier League, the EFL, when is the football, coming back and all of that good stuff. I'll try and live stream till about 12 o'clock tonight, if not longer. If the demand's high, then we'll keep going. Okay. So I'm going to dive straight into the comments. Why not? And yeah, let's just dive straight into it. Just a couple of notifications first up before we start. I don't want another repeat of last weekend. So the first comment I got was actually from Karen Davison. She said, "Hi everyone, hi Karen. Hope you're doing really well. Hope you're staying safe." The next one is from Andrew NUFC. Evening everybody, evening Andrew. I hope you're keeping really well. And if you haven't heard of me before and you want to comment on the takeover, please subscribe and please hit the like button as well. Jonathan Young, evening TOON Army. Yeah, evening mate. I hope you're doing well. Liam NUFC. Let's have a look. Poch would be perfect appointment. If the money's right and the ambition's there, then I don't see why not. For me, we don't know what's going on with the takeover until we know. Then we can only dream. The next one's from Andrew NOC. Happy 8th year anniversary. C says brilliant double at Chelsea. Yeah, I've seen that today. Probably one of the best Premier braces I think I've ever seen. PD Prologue, one of the famous YouTubers. Evening mate, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're keeping safe. Let's have a look. Riley NUFC. Hi mate. Hope you're doing really well. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, guys, if you could please smash that like button, that would be amazing, and subscribe. Okay. TOON Talk. Evening mate. Evening mate. Hope you're doing really well. I will be getting some guys in the live stream as well, so you can all have your debate. Liam NUFC. It's got nothing to do with human rights, in my opinion. Well, you don't know until we know the full facts. You can't say yes and we can't say no. Retro NUFC. Good evening mate. Good evening mate. Hope you're doing really well. Hope you're staying safe. Thanks for joining the live stream with me tonight. And like it says on the bottom, please subscribe to the channel, smash the thumbs up, and like I say, keep it tuned. Jonathan Young, the Premier League got 3 weeks into checks, can take up to 4, especially in the current climate. Next week is huge. In my view, patience is key. Well, I said it this time last weekend, I think it's a case of, I think it could take longer. I don't think it's going to take as long as what people are saying. It could take a while, when it comes to moving businesses around. Dan Hall says they could be transferring the money, which can take 2 to 5 days. Again, mate, we have absolutely no idea. It'll take as long as it takes, in my opinion. Tag Sports, we need Rafa, not Poch. Rafa, for me, would be my first choice appointment. I've said that. I think he's definitely got unfinished business at the football club. He knows the fans inside out. He's got the connection. He loves the fan base, and he really wanted to do good things at the club. And unfortunately, Mike Ashley didn't share the same ambition. So unfortunately, yeah, he had to go, didn't he? Lawrence Taylor said, hi, how's it going, Lawrence? I hope you're doing really well. Let's have a look at the next comment. Riley NUFC said, would you rather Rafa Benitez or Mauricio Pochettino as the new manager of the TOON? Personally, I would take Rafa Benitez because I think he would be the ideal choice. But Pochettino would be great for a new start because, he's a born winner. He wants to win things, you know what I mean? He hasn't quite won a trophy just yet, but he's got that passion, and that will go through the club and go into the fans, definitely. Jody, Ari Chalky, what do you make of the Miguel Delaney? I think he's a prick. That's just my opinion. Poch will play attacking football. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I mean, the fans are crying out for a team that tries, a team that can be built on, a team that can, score a lot more goals, not just being the lowest goal scorers in the Premier League. For me, it's a case of, we need to be better than what we have been in the last 13 years because, at the end of the day, we've been a bit of a laughing joke. Also, I want your debate on the current managerial situation. So we've had Pochettino linked, Rafa's been linked, Jorge Jesus, who's the current manager of Flamengo in Brazil, he's been linked with a football club over the last couple of days. Who else has been linked? We've had Eddie Howe mentioned, Kevin Keegan. Would you bring him back? Let me know all those down below in the comments. Also, the Premier League, they've also had their meeting yesterday, and with the AFL, they are trying to get the football back, but they're trying to get it played at neutral grounds. Now, what's your thoughts of that? In my opinion, I'm against playing behind closed doors, but again, if it gets the football back, then you can't say no to it because it's, the fans, we've paid money to watch the football, you can't help the current situation. Also, there's apparently some clubs could be going bust as well, down the Championship, League One, League Two. So yeah, there's a lot going on in the footballing world at the minute. Jason Harwood, what stadium improvements do you think they can make? A lot. Seats for me could be changed. They could definitely it could do with a lick of paint inside and out. There's a lot that needs done in the stadium, outside, around the east stand, around the Leazes end, Melbourne, everywhere. The whole place just needs a lick of paint. Andrew NUFC, I'd be over the moon with either Rafa or Poch. Yeah, I would be as well. Allegri, you cannot rule him out. He's got the experience, but not in the Premier League. Riley NUFC, do you think St James's Park needs a bigger capacity or just stick with 52k? I think we're okay with the way we are. I don't know where we can expand. Honestly, mate, it's difficult to say right now. Liam NUFC, do you want to see us play defensive football against teams like West Brom and Watford? Fair enough. Against teams like Liverpool and Man City, no. I want us to be like the Keegan era. I want us to score one more goal than the rest. We want to go toe-to-toe with these clubs. We don't want to just say, oh, yeah, you're better than us. You've got better players. You can have the victory. No, we're Newcastle United, I don't accept that. We're taking nothing less but victory. Would you cancel the rest of the season and do the final tables based on points per game, Lawrence Taylor? It's a difficult one to say right now. I mean, personally, I would say null and void. Give the Premier League title to Liverpool. Don't relegate anybody. Bring Leeds and West Brom up on merit. So there's a 22 Premier League season next season. 5 clubs will then get relegated. And then I'd say the playoffs, I mean, listen, that could change. But West Brom and Leeds, they've been the most consistent clubs this season. So I couldn't argue against them coming up. Jody says Steve Bruce is a current and deserves respect like he showed Sheffield Wednesday. I'd like to see Poch take us back to the heights of the 90s under King Kev instead of Rafa Ball. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. I mean, Rafa is definitely going to divide opinion. Eddie Howe, I think, was another one. Kevin Keegan. Personally, I would love to see Kevin Keegan back as manager, but I'd love to see him sort of in a sporting director role if that's the case, if age comes into it. But listen, it doesn't matter who comes in. I think anybody's better than Steve Bruce. And yes, we do have to respect that Steve Bruce is in the job and he's done better than we thought. But, was he really anybody's, number one choice? I don't think he was. He was never my number one choice, but he's definitely done better than I thought. Let's have a look. So Karen Davison said, I'm thinking a brand new club would be great, but it would have to be to increase the capacity. Where would you relocate the club? Well, there was talks of it going to the Freeman, wasn't there, a while back, but again, it's private land, isn't it? It's owned by the Freeman of Newcastle, so I can only think of the Freeman, but I think St James's Park's our home, and that's where our identity lies. So for me, it's not a case of, moving the stadium or anything like that. I think we're better off where we are. We just need to get Mike Ashley out. If we can definitely generate a better atmosphere, we'll cut it while Mike Ashley makes all these changes. Let's have a look at the next one. Liam NUFC says, if a takeover goes through, which world-class players would you like to sign? Timo Werner for me. I think he would definitely be a one to represent the club for going forward. I would like to see a Koulibaly. I would like to see anybody that's better than what we've got. I'd like to see Matty Longstaff and Sean Longstaff in the side. I'd like to see them learn off better players. The only way they're going to learn is off better players and a takeover under Mike Ashley. They're not going to progress, unfortunately. Let's have a look. Lee Medio says, do you want Keegan as manager? He's been out of the game far too long. Kevin Keegan, again, a bit like Rafa, a bit like Eddie Howe, he divides opinion, and he's not always going to be everyone's number one choice, Kevin Keegan. But for me, I would definitely welcome Keegan back, with a bit of money. Listen, there's no better man than Kevin Keegan for the job. He knows the club inside out. He knows the club better than anybody. And, you know, if there was a chance for him to come back, I don't think he would say no. I think, you know, if there's a project there where the owners are going to give him some money to spend, then why not? You know, there's no point in Kevin Keegan sitting there with regrets. You know, since the Mike Ashley era, that's not his, you know, problem. But for now, I would definitely, bring him back if there was a chance. Let's have a look at the next one. The next one's from PD Prodlock. Rumours Yedlin could leave this summer. Yeah, there is. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be disappointed to see him go. I really wouldn't. I think we could do a lot better, you know, in these positions. Think about it. If we get a takeover, do you know how good we could be as a club? How good we could be as a squad? I'm not saying we're going to get, you know, instant success, but, you know, we can definitely build a squad that we could be excited about, a squad that can attack, a squad that's got, you know, a will to win things, and that's what we want. Let's have a look. So Lawrence Taylor, Peter Prolog's contract runs out next summer, so wouldn't be surprised, but rather him than Kraft. I think Manquillo will leave as well. Well, Manquillo has actually been linked with Turkish club Fenerbahce, so whether that comes off, I don't know, unfortunately. Liam NUSC, players I would really see take Max Aarons from Norwich, James Ward-Prowse, Fekir, Danny Ings and Edward. To be honest with you, I think we could definitely do a lot better than that. I think Danny Ings for me would be okay for now, but if we've got to take over, we could do better than Danny Ings. Ward-Prowse is the same. Max Aarons is the same. Edward's probably the only one, if you've got short-term ambition to get into the Europa League, I definitely think he would be a good move for the club. I think if you're going to make that key marquee signing, you're definitely going to have to look at Edward and Morelos from Rangers. You could talk about Timo Werner. You could talk about Koulibaly. You need to get that one signing in, a bit like what Manchester City did with Robinho. That's going to give you the signal of good times. That's what Man City did. Guys, if you are new, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button as well, and get your comment down below, and they'll be read out on the stream. Lawrence Taylor, as exciting as a signing Timo Werner would be, we should have a balance in terms of strikers, and another situation similar to where it seemed Joe Linton was unstoppable because of his price tag. I think we just made it all general mistake with Joe Linton, in my opinion. You know, we're going to make mistakes. You know, there's going to be plenty of mistakes made, but it's how you recover from it. Jonathan Young Cavani on a 3-year contract would be ideal. Free transfer, looking about 120 grand a week. Wages bargain, in my opinion. Yeah, like a couple of year contracts. I mean, you know, the thing is with Newcastle and where he is, it's Newcastle. I mean, you know, unless we sort out the training facilities, and no offense to where these players are, they're in better, you know, places, aren't they? You know. Next comment is from Liam NUSC. Timo Werner will go to Liverpool. If we get a takeover, don't rule it out. That's all I'm going to say on that one. Is it Nadine Zaman? Hi James, how are you, mate? I'm not too bad. I hope you're really well. And thanks for commenting in the stream. Please like the video, the stream, and also subscribe to the channel. If I haven't mentioned already, I have activated Super Chat. So if you would like to donate anything to the channel, big or small, you're more than welcome to, because I know a lot of you guys said they would like to donate to the channel. You don't have to. All I'm saying is, if you want to, you don't have to. It's there if you really want to, and your comment will be read out. And yeah, it would help the channel to go along with. Next comment is from Andy. Same player, Donny van de Beek is. He's another one who's been linked with the club as well in the last few days. Listen, I mean, while we're in this takeover talk, we're going to be linked with every manager and every player. And it's a case of just sitting and tight and just hope that this Mike Ashley leaves the football club. I mean, he's left Rangers now, hasn't he? So that's always a good sign. Let's have a look. So let's have a look. Move down on to Jody. So Newcastle needs to bring someone like Morelos in and push for Europa League before the likes of Cavani rock up to St James's Park. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, we're going to have to get like an Edward from Celtic or a Morelos, a Timo Werner, somebody who's just going to, you know, kickstart things. You can't just instantly go out and buy top-rated players, because you've got to think about it. Our training facilities are awful, absolutely ridiculous. Arsenal vlogs, what have I done? Yes, if you haven't checked out, if you haven't seen already, I've definitely shaved. Listen, these are the times, you know, not my style, but it'll do for now, and a lot better than what it was. So yeah, looking a little bit younger than I was maybe 2 days ago. Timo Werner will want Champions League football, yeah, but the thing is, it depends. Like, players are motivated by money, so you know, if players are going to be offered such and such a contract a week, then you know the more that you take it. You shaved, yeah, I have, yes. Arsenal vlogs again. What have you said? Can I have a shout out, Road to 1,100? Yes, so go along and subscribe to Arsenal Vlogs. He does a lot of Arsenal content, does a lot of live streams as well, and help on the road to 1,100 subscribers. Good lad as well. Let's have a look at the next comment. Is Riley NUFC. My dream Newcastle United team would be, would include Cavani, Werner, and more. Listen, it's difficult to know who's going to come in at the minute, but we need to know where this takeover's at before we start debating on what players are going to come in. David Waller, Newcastle United takeover deal. Not too sure where it's at the moment. One of my favourite YouTubers, Lee Charles TV. Welcome to the stream. Had a great time chatting to you guys this afternoon. If you haven't subscribed to Lee Charles TV, please go along and subscribe to them. They are on the verge of 2,000 subscribers, and your help will be really appreciated. And I love their channel. I love what they do. Down to earth people do a lot of Blackpool vlogs and live streams, and there's so much content you can go out and enjoy. Lee Charles TV, if you could drop your link in the comments as well, and people can go and find you and subscribe to you. So yeah, go along, help them out, and get them to 2,000 subscribers if you possibly can. Helping out other YouTubers, you see. Karen Davison, he's amazing with both players and fans. Is Kev? That's something about him that just brings the team together and fans together. I think we need that more than ever. Yeah, we do. You know, we need the community, the fans, the manager. We need everything to be back together again. You know, we've lost. For me, the club has lost its identity. It's only the fans that are keeping the club going. Mike Ashley doesn't seem to give a toss, and that is basically spiraling out of the into the football club and into the fan base, and that's why fans are keeping away. You know, they're not keeping away by accident. They're keeping away because there's no ambition. You know. I would love to see Jadon Sancho, great player in the Bundesliga, also for England. Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't be a bad shout. You know, he's a young lad. He might cost a little bit. I know he's been linked with Manchester United, but it's not to say if the money was coming in that we couldn't try and fit him in the squad somewhere. He would definitely be a marquee signing. Jadon Sancho will go to Manchester United. Like I say with Timo Werner, never say never. If this takeover goes through, I tell you what, there'll be a lot of big name players that will be linked with Newcastle United, and they'll not turn down. Petey Proudlock, La Liga has apparently come back as well. I did hear about that, but I think a lot of it will be played behind closed doors. Guys, let me know in the comments what you think about the Premier League and EFL potentially wanting to get the football back, even though at this moment in time there's people dying of the coronavirus, you know, and there's things going on. Let's have a look at the next one. Burnsy Boy says, don't think we'll get all world-class players at first, but I do think we should get out a world-class striker at first to get the goals up. Yeah, I do agree. Like, just because we're going to get a takeover doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get world-class players. It really doesn't. We've got a lot of work to be done, you know, at the football club. The club needs stripped from the very bottom. You know, you need to look at the training facilities. For me, there's better training facilities in the Championship, League One, League Two, non-league at Barnet, you know. Good players are not going to sign for the club if your training facilities aren't good. You know, if you're training in paddling pools and wheelie bins every week, then players will not be motivated. I think you need to try and get players that are maybe good enough for Europa League, and then see where we're at if we can get there, and then push on from there. I think for me, supporting Newcastle United, it's step-by-step process. That's the way I look at it. Let's have a look at Lawrence Taylor. Would love Sancho, but I think he'll go to Man United or Chelsea. Like I say, never ever say never. Never say never. Liam NUFC, if we get these big names, we'll be attempting to do a Manchester City. I don't expect us to do a Manchester City. I'd love us to do it the Newcastle way, not just buy things. You know, I think the fans, yes, will want to win trophies, but we need to do it the right way. We can't just expect to be the next Manchester City, because with a financial fair play as well, you can't just demand. Plus, it's going to be a lot more harder now as well to get the players that Manchester City once got 10, 13 years ago. Peter Product, yeah, it'll definitely be behind closed doors if it's coming back. Yeah, I do agree with that, mate. 100% spot on. Guys, if you are new and you haven't heard of me before, I'll be doing plenty of live streams. So if you want to get your thoughts in the comment section below about the takeover, your opinions, it doesn't matter whether you agree or disagree. If you want to talk anything football, please just drop your comments in. Don't be scared. If you want to chat to me live tonight after these comments, please do. I'll be going live in the next 10 minutes maybe, so I can get your guys' opinions. So it's not just about me tonight. Sorry, Andrew, I missed your comment. I reckon we need to finish the season when it is safe to do so, regardless how long will that takes. Yeah, listen, mate, there's no rush on anything. Lawrence Taylor, I think the government will see how things go in Germany before deciding on whether we can go ahead with yeah, I totally agree. Let's have a look at this next comment from Caden Matthews. Caden, welcome to the stream, mate. Hope you're doing really well. Hope you're keeping safe. If you haven't subscribed already, please do. Put your comments down below. Get involved in the conversation. You're more than welcome, mate. Thanks for your comment, man. Riley NUFC, I agree with you, Burnsy boy. If a takeover goes through, we might not get some world-class players, but we never know. Never say never. Yeah, but listen, we can't just demand things, you know what I mean? Like, we're at this moment in time, we're with the ownership of Mike Ashley. But if this goes through, there's going to be a lot of, what am I going to say? There's a lot of twists and turns, you know, with this takeover. There's a lot that could happen in a short space of time. Nadine Zaman, once takeover is completely, the first thing that changes TOON is to sort the squad out. Yep, completely agree. And to reconnect the fans, the two need to happen first. This is what I can't stress enough on this channel. Newcastle United and the connection with the fans, for me, is utterly embarrassing. That's something the club need to change, and that's something I haven't seen in 13 years. You know, we've got probably the most passionate fans in the country. I know there's a lot of other clubs that could say the same, but we travel home and away. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Friday night, it doesn't matter. We're there in our numbers, and the club just don't give a crap. And that's the most annoying thing. Caden said, I wouldn't get your hopes up. Yeah, I'm not getting too excited. I think we've got to have some sort of excitement, you know, while it's still in the papers. Nothing's been, there's no red flags. There's nothing to say that it's not going through. So, you know, we can get excited while it's still here. We need to improve the training facilities before signing top players. Exactly. We need to be realistic as a football club. Realistic. Leave NUFC, PSG won't do business with us as Qatar, Saudi Arabia hates each other. Couldn't care, mate. Couldn't care. They can do business with England. We can do business with Italy. We can do business with Germany. I don't think it really matters that much. Andy, what about the ground share with Newcastle and Sunderland? Would be a great idea. What do you think? I wouldn't want a ground share with Sunderland. I don't think that'll ever be a thing, unfortunately. Lee Charles TV, how close is the takeover? Well, they're saying in the papers and they're saying online it's pretty close. They're saying that the Premier League checks have been passed, but I don't know how certain I can be on that. What they're saying is it could do with the likes of human rights. Richard Keys, BN Sports. There's a lot of people who've been complaining about, you know, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the human rights over in Saudi Arabia. It's not something I can really comment on, but listen, there's been no red flags to say that the deal's off. There's been nothing to say that, you know, it's fake. There's nothing to say that, you know, that nothing's going to happen. I think we just need to, every day, I think we need to be patient. I am confident that we can get a deal done. I think if Mike Ashley's time is to leave, it's definitely now. He offers nothing to the football club. He's left Rangers, as you probably know, this afternoon. It's a case of getting Mike Ashley out of this football club now. If we want to progress as a football club, we need to get Mike Ashley out of this football club very, very quickly. And tonight, yes, I do feel sorry for Steve Bruce because he may end up losing his job. But listen, he was never my first choice. Ronaldo Cabon says, Bundesliga have just returned to training at FC Cologne. Had 3 players tested positive already. I can't see it return anytime soon. Exactly. Like, there's a risk. You know, I can't believe that the Premier League and the AFL are wanting to get this football back. And yes, I know everybody, we want to get the football back. But if it's not safe to do so, why are the Premier League putting money before health and safety? It really baffles me, that. It really does. Peter Johnson, I just want to hear Keegan's name constantly chanted night and day, every day of the week, like in the 90s. Keegan. Yeah, exactly. I want to hear Keegan. That's what I want to see, you know. I want to be able to be that person who just stands like outside the club shop and sees Kevin Keegan lifting up a TOON shirt or just doing something like that to announce himself. I'd love to see it. Honestly, man, I'd love to see it. Great comment there, like. Liam NUFC, there would be riots if we ground share with Sunderland like it's West Ham and Millwall. Yeah, I can't see that happening, unfortunately. Not in a million years would we want to sell ground share with that shit all of a club down the road called Sunderland. Karen Davison, oh my God, that would be lush, Peter. Like I say, guys, put your comments down below and keep them coming in and be part of the conversation. It'd be absolutely appreciated. So, Riley NUFC, why would we even have a ground share with Sunderland? That will never happen. Exactly, because the new owners would want to invest in the ground anyway. The current St James's Park needs a bit of TLC. You know, it could do with a bit of you know, a bit of tender love and care. We need to get things back on track to maybe what it was 13 years ago before he comes in. For me, Shearer's Bar, that needs to be renamed back to what it was. We need to paint the stadium. We need to see investment inside the ground. You know, we need to see that the seats changed. We need to see things change within the ground, you know, the kitchens. There's a lot that needs done. I mean, the sports shop, the club shop, as you like to call it, I like to call it Sports Direct because They literally sell Man United shorts, Man United tops, Barcelona kits. I mean, we're not Sports Direct. We're Newcastle United, for goodness sake. Next comment is from Lee Charles TV. Oh, thanks very much for the £5 donation. That really is much appreciated. I'm sure I've just been giving me £5 back, but no, Lee Charles, that really is appreciated. So first ever donation I've had on the channel. Honestly, I couldn't appreciate that enough. And I hope you keep up your great content, and I'm sure my channel will continue to grow just like yourself. And honestly, guys, Lee Charles TV, if you're watching, please go along and subscribe to them. Lee Charles TV, if you could hoy your or put your link in the comments, I'm sure people will go along and subscribe. Lee Charles TV, I'll just go on my phone for you now, and I'll just pick it up for you. 1 second, guys. Just bear with us a second. Lee Charles TV, brilliant YouTuber. I couldn't recommend them enough. If you're bored on a Saturday and you want a live stream and you want to get involved with other vloggers, please do. He's got 1,760 odd subscribers. So what I'll do is I'll just, if you can see it, there you go, guys. Lee Charles TV. Go along, subscribe to it, turn the notification bell on. Go along, subscribe, help them out. Brilliant YouTuber. Couldn't recommend them both enough. Help them on to 2,800 subs, and I'm sure they'd appreciate it. So I'll keep it on screen for you. Lee Charles TV. And if any other YouTubers want to shout out, just let us know, and I'll put your channel on the screen for you. I don't mind helping out other people. It's all about giving back. So yeah, Lee Charles TV, thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. The next one is from Liam NUFC. Even if we ground share with somebody, who would that be with? Nobody, because I wouldn't want to ground share with anybody apart from ourselves. It's our own ground. It's our own identity. That's like Blackpool ground sharing with Fleetwood. You just wouldn't see it. Jonathan Young, the ground share idea is a complete non-starter. Yeah, exactly. It's just stupid. It's a silly idea. Silly idea. I mean, it baffles me that. Karen Davison, we wouldn't share with Sun, and we'd overtake the ground and kick them out. Yeah, exactly. It would just cause absolute riots. Absolute riots. Lee Charles TV, we are your warm-up. Yeah, exactly. Like, I watch Lee Charles TV on a Saturday, 3 o'clock, watch their stream, and then I'm warming up and then ready for this stream. So, yeah. Guys, I'm going to go live with one of you guys in the next 3 minutes. So I'll drop a link, and if you want to come in the stream and talk to me, you're more than welcome to. So, yeah, I'm going to keep reading the comments out for now. I'm going to go live till about 12 o'clock tonight, if not longer. So there's plenty of time for you to come in. And you definitely need the toilet sorted out. Yeah, there's a lot that needs sorted out. SW6 Fan TV, Chelsea fan channel. Welcome, mate. Thoughts on the wife of that journalist fighting against the takeover? Listen, it's not something I should really talk about, because at the end of the day, I don't know what's going on over there in Saudi Arabia. We don't know what's true, what's false. I think for me, it's a case of wait and see what happens with this takeover, see what happens with the Premier League, doing that fit and proper persons test, the tests that they have to do. For me, I think the word I use is alleged, because you can't be proven if it's true or not. I mean, I can't turn around and say, oh, yeah, this is true, this is false. It's not something I really know about. Obviously, yes, we want this takeover to go through. Of course we do. But it's a case of we're just going to have to sit in and be tight. There's no red flags. There's nothing to panic about. There's nothing to say that there's a deal not going to go through. That there's guys on Twitter who are saying, just calm down, just be patient. Something will happen. It's a case of just sitting in and we'll get the good news. Fingers crossed. Guys, if you haven't subscribed, please do down below in the comment on the side there. Right, so Lee Charles TV, even worse, Preston for us. It would be a really bad idea. Won't happen. Yeah, exactly. Like, Preston North End, like in Blackpool, that would never happen. Like, why would Preston want a ground share with Blackpool? It just wouldn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like, it would just cause absolute riots. The police presence would just be absolutely ridiculous, and the amount of investment that would use for the police force, it wouldn't. It's not wanted. It's really not wanted. Liam NUFC, Blackpool and Fleetwood ain't really rivals. I don't think they are. I think they're just obviously a tram stop. I think Blackpool are the bigger club, of course, but Fleetwood are starting to make a name for themselves now, especially with Joey Barton in charge. I think he's definitely doing a good job. Ex-Newcastle player as well. Nadeem Zaman, I will not ground share with Sunderland or any ground James. Yeah, exactly. I'd rather not. If there's anybody I'll ground share with, it would be Gateshead FC. The 1-0 win versus Southampton feels like the last game of the season because of the game the Premier League was suspended. Well, if it's going to end like that, then a win away at Southampton's fantastic. I mean, we should have won by more, to be fair. Riley NOC, I've seen that one. Next one is from Andy. Love to see David Moyes get the manager's jobs. What do you think? No thanks. No thanks. Nobody wants David Moyes. Lee Charles TV. Again, go along and subscribe to them on YouTube. Exactly, they are a bit like that annoying little brother and rivals, but not want to lose to them. Yeah, exactly. Like you just imagine Sunderland and Newcastle ground share. It just wouldn't happen. I wouldn't even want to picture it either. Howdy, mate. Peter Robson. Welcome, mate. Welcome to the stream. It's going to happen, but everything is happening right now. Things a little bit longer than usual. Yeah, exactly. With it, the pandemic, there's a lot going on in life. There's more to life, than football and this takeover. Yes, we want the football back, but I think we're just going to have to be patient. We can't just, instantly demand that things, the things are going to get back to normal very, very quickly. Imagine Fleetwood in the Championship before Sunderland. It's possible. Football continued, though they had a big chance. I'm going to read out a couple more of your comments, and then I'll get people into the stream if you want to join. Jonathan Young, Moyes is a failure. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, he had his time at Everton, but since then his career's gone downhill. Look where he's been. Jody, imagine celebrating against Fleetwood like you've just won the World Cup. Love to see it. Jason Carter, welcome to the stream, mate. I think Ashley will start to get impatient if things aren't done in the next week or so. He will look elsewhere until the owner, after all. To be honest with you, it might not be the owners. It might just be a case of, like the Premier League have said, that we're just going to have to wait and see, what happens. We can't just expect something to happen straight away. I do think there was a deal to be done, but it's a case of just waiting, and sitting in and, being patient. Right, guys, over to you guys now. We're going to be talking all things the takeover. We're going to talk all things football, not just Newcastle. If you want to talk about the Premier League, AFL, the football not coming back, there's a link in there right now. So if you'd like to join the stream, it's there for you. It's just dropping in now. I'm just going to get a swig of my water because I've been talking for a good bit now. So there should be a link now if you want to join the stream. Feel free, don't be shy. Even if you want to come in for maybe 5-10 minutes, you're more than welcome to. See if anyone wants to come in the stream. If anybody wants to come in, the link is in now. So we've got Peter Robertson's comment. Let's have a look. Let's see what you've had to say, mate. It's not the owners. The deal is agreed. Just the world is a mess right now, and things are slower than usual. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, obviously, there's the chance of the human rights situation. What's going on right now? Everybody being stuck indoors. It's going to take a lot longer than just what we're expecting. I've always said, if a takeover goes through, and I said it last week, I think it's going to be a case of the end of this month, the end of this new month. If something's going to happen, if we're going to hear any news, it's definitely going to be soon. So it's a case of just watch this space, and I'm sure we will get a deal done. I'm confident we can get something done. I'm 50-50, of course, on the whole deal. I'm skeptical. I mean, I've got to remain skeptical. I can't be like 90-95% confident because there's nothing come out from the Premier League. There's nothing come out from Newcastle that something's happening. But while we're living in hope, you've got to be sort of confident. Saudis have exactly until mid-May. Exactly mid-May, the end of May. There's plenty of time. I mean, I think when it comes to moving businesses and transferring things over, it's not a case of something just happening overnight. It's like with some of our fans, we need to be realistic. It's not a case of thinking we're going to overspend, on players. It doesn't work like that. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on the football club. Jody, takeover will happen when it happens. Stay patient. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't stress that enough. I really couldn't stress that enough. I think, if we're going to get a takeover, right, we need to be patient. And it's not a case of getting ahead of ourselves, because if we overthink it, then, listen, the worst could happen. Andy, I think Roy Keane would do a great manager job for the TOON. Alan Shearer at his number 2. I couldn't say it, mate. I really couldn't. Roy Keane, all these people, I don't want them. They haven't really got a connection with the club. Riley, NUFC, we'll have David Moyes as our manager. He sucks. I hope not. I wouldn't want David Moyes as the manager. For me, what's David Moyes really done in football? Done really well with a tin pot club like Everton. Apart from that, what's he really achieved? I mean, He failed at Manchester United. He failed at Sunderland. He failed at Real Sociedad. He failed at West Ham first time, and he's doing the same now. So I can't say it. I wouldn't want David Moyes anyway, because it's just like having Ashley in charge. For me, that's equal to employing Steve McLaren again. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't want to talk about him anymore. Sorry, I can't pronounce that name, but Roy Keane would be great. Regards from an Indian TOON fan. Hope you're well, mate, and hope you subscribed, and hope you're liking the video. Guys, if you haven't liked the stream, please do. Please subscribe. I do want to try and get to 2,900 subscribers, so my only way of getting that is by you guys going along and subscribing and helping us out. And like I say, I have set up super chat as well. If you would like to donate to the channel, do that at your own cost. Jason Cotter, Roy Keane, the biggest fraud in football. A very good pundit, I'll give him that, but in terms of Newcastle, definitely not. Roy Keane is useless. He didn't do very well at Sunderland, to be fair. He got them up from the Championship, but didn't do much in the Premier League. Didn't do very well at Ipswich either. Hi, Chris. Anyway, say hi, Sharky. How are you? I really hope the takeover gets the thumbs up. Yeah, mate, like anything, it's a case of just being patient. We can't just expect that it's going to go through straight away. I think there's a deal to be done, but I just don't think the government want the deal to go through just yet, just in case it breaks the social distancing rule as well. Brendan Kennedy, Chris Hughton as our under-23 manager. I think Chris Hughton would want to go back into management. I don't think he'd want to just stand there and take under-23 football. I think we made him as a good manager, but I don't think he would really want to go that down in his career. I think he's definitely got a lot more to offer. McLaren is a Dutch legend. McLaren is a clown. Peter Robson, just want to say massive sponsorship deals come in, rolling in when it's done. We need a new kit supplier. Adidas or Nike would be massive. Also, 500 million shirt sponsor from his mate in Saudi. I think that will happen. I think you got Fun 88 right now, who's our current cup sponsor. You've got Puma. They're all ending at the end of the season, so a deal could go through. I've got a good feeling that we're not going to have Puma next season. I don't think there's going to be Fun 88. I definitely think this sponsor's gone. I think this is definitely gone as well. So I hear Poch is pleading to go back to Spurs. If he wants to go back to Spurs, he can go back to Spurs. That's why I prefer Rafa, Andy, would you have Alan Pardew back from... No, I wouldn't. Not now. I don't think he done bad. I think he was kind of pushed at the end to bad results, but I wouldn't want him back. Definitely not. Let's have a look. So Jason Carter, I wouldn't want Rafa back, so defensive and negative. Yeah, like I say, mate, it's going to divide opinion. I mean, I would take Rafa back because I don't think he would be defensive if he was being back with money. I don't think he could really go out and attack teams, especially with the amount of investment he was getting, which wasn't a lot. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like, as Poch, you got Keegan. There's a lot you could go for, Moose Hunter had a haircut, Chalky. Yes, if you haven't seen already, I've had a haircut. I'm baldy. Not the style that I want, but it had to be cut off. Otherwise, listen, it's not really the hairstyle I want, and it'll do. It's looks a bit like a prison haircut, doesn't it? Looks like a bit of a prison haircut. Chris, NUFC, yes, that's true, mate. I'm sick of Mike Ashley now. Yeah, mate, I've been sick of Mike Ashley for 13 years. I feel sorry for those fans who didn't get to witness Kevin Keegan back in the day and witness Sir Bobby Robson. Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? Rafa is also a good option. Yeah, I think Rafa, for me, would steady the ship. I think Rafa he knows the squad as well. I think that's the most important thing. He knows the squad. He knows what's wanted. He knows what's needed. He knows the expectation. He loves the fans. He loves the community. Rafa, for me, would just be the perfect, opportunity to get him back in. And I think he's got unfinished business, Rafa, as well. Chris, NUFC, I'd definitely get Zidane, the Real Madrid manager. I couldn't see it, unfortunately. I think he's got too many connections over there. Unless we're going to offer him big money and he wants to come into the Premier League. Not saying it's not going to happen, but Karen Davison, I don't like Roy Keane, to be honest. Don't think he fits us as a club. Don't agree with. Yeah, we need someone to be good with people. Yeah, for me, very good pundit, but when it comes to management, completely different kettle of fish. I don't think he's a very good manager personally. Peter Robson, Rafa only played that way because we had to work with. Give him funds and he can definitely do well. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think Rafa would play a lot better football if he was given funds. I don't think he could really do much with that squad. Our current squad is championship based. It's not that good. Like, yes, don't get us wrong, our squad is a bunch of grafters. I get that, but we could definitely do a lot better than what we've got. You know what I mean? We've got to think of the future. That's what we've got to do. Jordy, Rafa has always been defensive at Liverpool. But the thing is, Liverpool fans don't seem to talk about it because they've won titles. You know what I mean? It's not about Yes, you want to see pretty football, but it doesn't matter how you play. It's all about just getting the 3 points. That's all that matters. Keane hates us, so would never come. Yeah, I agree, Lawrence. 100% agree with that. Andy, would you take Peter Beattie back as a youth coach? Yeah, well, yeah, I would, but I don't know what's going on with his court case. I don't know what happened with that. I mean, if anyone can fill us in, I haven't really. Richard Keys as head of PR. That is just a disaster waiting to happen. Guybrush Freakwood said there's a good video on why Gasparini would be a good choice. I'll definitely give it a watch. I do like to do my research on managers, up and down the country and around the world and Europe as well, because there is a lot of good European coaches. There's one, I forgot his name now. His name escapes us, over in Leipzig. He's definitely a good manager. Jason Carter, there's a new Markham spy on this thread. Yeah, more than likely. I'm sure I've got a lot of Markham spies on this channel. Then again, they're in League One. Enough said on that. Rafa had everything in Madrid, and they hated his style. Well, I just think that they knew they could probably do better. Like, Rafa's a big name, but they kind of knew they could do better because it's Real Madrid. They probably just weren't happy with the style. What about Sean Dyche from Burnley as a manager? I think, yeah, like if you're going to start off like building something and you're going to want to maybe get into the top 7, why not? I mean, for now, we're not even a top 7 club. We're literally a mid-table, mediocre side. So I think he's done definitely a good job for Burnley. I mean, he steadied the ship there as well. And yes, he's not a fancy name. He doesn't play the best football, but very similar to Bruce. What can he do with a squad that's probably not as good as what he could work with? You know what I mean? So Ruud Gullit played sexy football. Look what happened to him. Yeah, but I think a lot of the time has changed, though, mate. I would definitely go back to trying to play that style if I can. Like I used to take Biedzi for a team, but I think he's too old school for others. Yeah, listen, I think nowadays it's all about the fancy names. That's the way I look at it. If we appointed Zidane as a manager, do you think Newcastle would have to pay him a lot of money per season? Probably, but most likely he's not going to come cheap. The same would be with Allegri. The same would be with Pochettino. Apparently, he could be on 19 million a year. You know what I mean? It's so. Yeah, Nagelsmann, that's his name. Yeah, thanks for putting that down below in the comments. Jody, would you take Ian Holloway? Definitely not. A good EFL Championship manager, don't get us wrong, but not really what we need. I think that's definitely going sideways to Bruce. If that's the case, you keep Steve Bruce over Ian Holloway. I remember the Keegan era. It was something else, good for the younger fans, not experienced in the good times. Yeah, exactly. Not every fan seen the good times, and they've only seen Mike Ashley. So this is why we need Ashley at the football club, and we can have a better future. We need a new chapter at this football club. That's for sure. Craig Banks said, "Why do we need someone with a connection to the club? If they're good enough, it doesn't matter." I think it's so the fans can sort of feel the manager, and the manager can feel the fans, and then it means we can start, getting results. Because if there's no connection there with the fan base, then it could fail very quickly. I think we're a lot different to a lot of clubs, if you get what I mean. Well said, Malcolm Spice. Guybrush Freeport said the Gasparini video is called "The Italian Club" by Atlantis Football. If you want to check it out later, yeah, mate, I'll definitely give it a try. I'll give it a watch. Is anybody drinking tonight? Hashtag cans. I'd like to know in the comments. Jason Carter, what about Eddie Howe? I think as a young English manager, he would fit. Yeah, like Eddie Howe, I put in 3rd place for my top 5 managers. Just I think, given his time at Bournemouth, I actually thought he done really well. I think he's taken them from League 2. He's consolidated Bournemouth into a regular Premier League club. Yes, they've overspent lately and they're in trouble. But it's not to say that Bournemouth can't get out of it. They've got the squad there to do it. Obviously there's 9 games to go. Whether the season recommences, that's another thing. But listen, he's not a fancy name. You could put him in there with Sean Dyche, but what more could he achieve for Bournemouth? Do you know what I mean? He needs that time now to maybe go into a bigger club with. He needs a club that's got a project, and if we can offer him that project, then he could win things. It's only because he hasn't won anything that nobody's willing to give him that chance, and because could he be that one club manager where he doesn't go anywhere? I hope not, because I do think he's a manager that can win things. He's intelligent. He understands the game. Kenny Wilshire said, that case you're saying keep Bruce. Well, yeah, like if you're going to go for Ian Holloway, I think you're better off just keeping Steve Bruce. I don't think he's better than what we've got. Let's have a look. Oh, nice one. Chris, I see your comment won't show up for some reason, but what about Diego Simeone? if I'm not wrong, he's the most expensive paid European manager in the world. And I don't know, I think he might be a bit too much. I don't think you'd leave Atletico Madrid. But then again, stranger things have happened. Nice one, Lawrence. Cobra with Curry. Yeah, Ian Holloway's at Grimsby. I've seen that. He's been there not long. He's been there for a few months now. I think he's doing a better job. Think Howe could do well for us, Everton, but not for a Big Six club. I think Eddie Howe could do a good job at Newcastle. I mean, listen, I don't think we're gonna. I don't demand if a takeover happens, we're gonna get Champions League. I think we need to try and build ourselves up again to get into the top 10, Europa League, and it's possible. And I think with someone like Eddie Howe, I think he grasps that. I think he understands. I think he thrives off the fans. Yes, he probably doesn't play the best football, and his defensive record isn't fantastic, but he does attack, and that's what we demand. We want a team that tries and attacks. We don't seem to see that with Steve Bruce. Let's have a look. Chi Kung Foon, I think. Sorry if I've pronounced that wrong. Hi there from Singapore, mate. Welcome to the channel. I hope you subscribe. Please like the stream and please get involved in the conversation. Just to fill you in, we are talking about the takeover, getting your thoughts on it. What's holding up the deal? Is a deal going to go through? The human rights as well of Saudi Arabia. Do you think Steve Bruce will continue on as manager? Who would you like to see in charge of the football club if a deal goes through? Rafa, Poch, George Jesus from Flamengo. Who else we had? Eddie Howe, Allegri. There's a few in there. Who would you like to see? And what improvements would you like to see in the stadium as well? And I'd like to know all that down below in the comments. We're going to be live till about 12 o'clock, so keep them coming. Eddie Howe should go to Sheffield Wednesday. Big club, not doing much now. Good project for him. Yeah, Sheffield Wednesday are definitely a huge club. I do agree with that. Liam NFC. Why are we Everton's biggest rivals? They talk about us more than Sunderland fans. I think it's because if it's not, we go on in the past like we're some sort of big club, and then they go on that they're a big club. I think we both haven't achieved anything in years. I think Everton won the FA Cup was at 95, but they haven't done much since. Yes, they've got these wealthy owners, but have they really been pulled up any trees? Got a good manager, don't get us wrong, but what can they really expect to achieve, with Carlo Ancelotti? Is he going to be backed? They've got a new stadium coming soon, but listen, I think we're both equal clubs. I don't think we're bigger than each other. Listen, we've won things and so have they, but I don't know. There's definitely a lot of beef going around there between Newcastle fans and Everton fans, but I think it's because we're getting taken over and we could be one of the biggest clubs in the world and they still class themselves as relevant. But listen, Liverpool are more relevant than Everton at the minute. Let's have a look. So how confident are you that the takeover will go through? Mate, honestly, I'm confident as anybody. I think we could definitely get this deal through. 50-50, but I'm confident that there's definitely things going on behind the scenes. And I have to say, this is a confident we can be. If this doesn't go through, then I don't think it ever will. Chris, NUFC, but we'll have the money to get Diego Simeone. We might do, but it's whether or not he wants to leave Atletico Madrid. I think he's got, a plan in action over there in Spain. So I think it's a case of nothing on us, but it's to say that, you might want to leave. Listen, your guess is as good as mine. Andy, love to see John Carver for manager. Just what do you think? He's done a fine job for the TOON. Apart from saying he was the best manager in the Premier League and completely failed. It was only Jonas Gutierrez who saved him. Let's have a look at the next one. If I'm not reading your comments, it's because the comments are coming through so quickly. Let's have a look. So politics and football should never be in the same sentence. Ashley out cans, Pochettino or Rafa for me. Yeah, exactly. I don't think we really want to get into the political debate. I think we just want to answer from those in the government or those, in the Premier League to see what's going on with this takeover. And then if it's not going through, it's not going through. We'll move on. If it goes through, then fantastic. You know what I mean? Obviously, they've got to have something good about them if it goes through. Back in the day, you could stand anywhere or Blackett Street and know whether he was ahead or just, yeah, exactly. There's a lot change at Newcastle now, mate. Do you think our potential new owners are big spenders or Mike Ashley? I think they're big spenders. They're not going to mess around. They've got a plan, a 2030 plan, and basically a 10-year plan to get the club, stabilised. They want to do well in sport in general. They don't just want to sit around in business. They want to be a lot more successful than they are, so it kind of makes sense. Thursday is actually the 5th anniversary of Carver's best coach statement. Yeah, I mean, it just gets more embarrassing by the every time you hear it. What about Carlo Ancelotti? I know he just joined Everton, but do you think he would be class for the TOON? He wouldn't be bad, but listen, I think if we've got a choice of big managers like Pochettino, Allegri, you know what I mean, you go for them. If they're there and they want a job in the Premier League, take it. Gerrard was also linked. I think he would definitely. I think Gerrard needs a bit more time in the SPL, but he definitely needs to move into the Championship maybe if he wants to develop. I can't see the season restarting. It could take more than 100 people just to have a game behind closed doors. Yeah. Let's have a look at the next one. Andy, would you have Sir Alex Ferguson for the manager? He's done now, mate. He's a quality manager. Don't get us wrong. He had that famous, the Kevin Keegan rant. Quality manager, but yeah, he's done. Newcastle United 1892. Welcome to the stream, mate. Hope you're well. Honestly, don't think the takeover will happen this time. There's too much opposition to the Saudis. I know being negative, just being realist, we will be free of Ashley one day, though. Yeah, I can understand people's skepticism. I can understand why people are saying it's not going to go through. I mean, for me, I'm going to stay positive. I think the best thing we can do right now in this current situation is be positive and not sort of, underestimate what's going on, because around the world there's a lot going on, of course. But if there's a chance of getting them out the football club, if there's no red flags, if there's nothing to say that the deal's off, because if this was a danger of not going through, then surely the deal would have been pulled out by now. Somebody would have said something, and nothing's been said as far as I'm aware. So I don't know. I think we've just got to sit in and be patient. Who would be your first marquee signing? For me, I think if you're going to announce the club to the world to say we're going to compete, I'd say Timo Werner up front. I would definitely say someone like maybe a Koulibaly at the back to maybe partner alongside Jamal Lascelles. You could say someone like a Jadon Sancho. There's many names. Morelos from Rangers. You could say Edward from Celtic. There's so many names that I could list off to say, to welcome the club. First sign, joining to take Sports Direct sounds. Yeah, we need to get Sports Direct signs down straight away. They're an absolute eyesore. Craig Dallin, hello mate, how's it going? Hope you're well. Hope you're doing well, and hope your family's good as well. Keep up the good work, brother. Smashing it. Yeah, it's just like try to do some live streams and getting people involved in the conversation and stuff. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Going to be live till about 12 o'clock tonight. So if you want to get your comments in, just let us just toy them in. What about Diego Simeone? He's class for Atletico Madrid, but I think he would be class for Newcastle. There's nothing to say he wouldn't do a good job at Newcastle. I think he would be great, but realistically, would he leave? He's obviously the most highest paid manager in the world as well, so difficult for me to say right now. But if he becomes available, then I wouldn't say no, definitely not. UK Jack 67 said they need to persuade Keegan back in some capacity to really get things going. Yeah, I totally agree, mate. If we can get Kevin Keegan back, and just imagine what that would do for the city. Imagine what that would do for the fan base in the club. Just having somebody who's going to take the club to the next level, and if he's backed with some sort of money and there's no false promises, and 13 years of dross behind us in a new chapter, I can just picture something in my head right now. Kevin Keegan getting the Newcastle job, being backed with actual funds, and he wins something, whether that be the Premier League or whether that be something domestically. I just want to see Kevin Keegan lift something. I want Kevin Keegan to be the man who knows the club inside out, who's actually going to win something for the club. I want Kevin Keegan. If there's anybody I want, obviously it would be Rafa, but if it comes to age, that's why Keegan will be fit. But if he really wants a job, I would definitely give him it. I don't know. I am itching towards Keegan, to be fair. Let's have a look at the comments. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to the channel as well, please do help us out and hit the thumbs up as well. Smash that and follow me social medias. Also, I've set up the super chat as well if you'd like to donate anything to the channel if you haven't seen that already. You can donate anything small, big, whatever. You don't have to, and you can have your comments read out as well. Peter, there he is. He's been wanting to come into the stream. Here he comes. We've got a new guy into the stream.
How you doing? Can you hear us?
Where is he? Is he here yet? Can't quite see it. Oh, there he is.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, man. So, Peter, Takeover at the minute. There's nothing to say that nothing's been. Well, it's not concrete. Let's put it that way. But there's nothing to say that anything's off. Obviously, at the minute, it's human rights. Still talk of Pochettino. What's a week on from the last stream? What's your thoughts now? Are you still confident, or are you got any niggling doubts?
I am still 50-50 on it, like I always have been, but I think it's more of about it's just being a waiting game at the minute. Like when it gets done, it's done.
I think we just have to be patient. I don't think it's a case of like
exactly, yeah.
You know, I think because the thing is, Steve Bruce is still in the job. Obviously, we know he's not the man for the job, but he's better than what he was doing.
Lee Charlie was at the Premier League meeting yesterday as well.
The quicker we get him out the club, the better, eh?
Oh, good riddance to him as well.
Well, Peter, what I'm going to do is I'll keep you in the stream, but I'm going to read some of the comments out as well. I'll get you involved. See if you want to give us your opinion. Let's have a look. Sue's next. So is Lascelles club captain because he's good leader, because he shouted at some of the senior players once, and I didn't rate him. Sorry, yeah, I totally agree with that. There was quite a few comments, so if I don't read your comment out straight away, do bear with us. There is a lot of comments, but like I say, I'll be on until 12 o'clock tonight, if not longer. So who in our current squad should we keep after the takeover is done? Peter, I'll leave that with you. Who would you keep at the football club?
I'll definitely keep ASM, Almiron, Dubravka. I'll keep Lascelles. Those are the main ones I definitely keep.
Interesting. Is there any off the top of your head who you would like to get rid of?
Sorry, but I'm going to say Andy Carroll can go. He spends more time in the treatment room now, unfortunately. I'm starting to edge towards Joe Linton as well, because, again, number 9, just not cutting it so far. 1 goal all season. And that is just very concerning, massively, as well.
The thing is with Joe Linton as well. When he played for Hoffenheim, he wasn't actually a striker. He was technically a left winger. So, he's not really been played in his natural position. But we signed him as a number 9. We signed him as a striker. And for me, unfortunately, he hasn't delivered. When you wear that number 9 shirt, there's a lot of pressure on you. And I think he's probably coming thinking, you know what, I could do a job here. And he hasn't. He's struggled big time. Do you not agree?
Oh, it's been a massive gamble giving it to him. I mean, like the number 9 shirt in Newcastle was where you give it to someone with pride who would be guaranteed to fulfill Shearer's boots. Now it just seems like we're just handing it out just to any randomer by the looks of it now, by the sound of it, yes. And
Peter, question there. Would you like to see Cristiano Ronaldo come to Newcastle?
I would love it, but it's not going to happen.
It's not like, is it?
No.
Because I've looked at some of the comments. Jason Cotter said hello. So I'm just going to have a look. Thought you were going to say hello back, but you didn't. Oh well. So Riley, and this is a good one, because this is be a big talking point. My first 2 key signings for Newcastle will be Werner and Cavani. Now, what's your thoughts of them two? I think Cavani for me wouldn't be my first choice. I'd definitely go Werner, but Cavani for me, he's getting on. I don't think he'd come to Newcastle.
No, I know he's not playing in the Premier League, but he's was he 33 years of age now, Cavani? So he is starting to age a bit now. I think if he was to leave PSG, he might go to another league, for example, possibly the likes of the MLS or China, where you see a lot of the older players go to nowadays to finish the rest of the football career off as well. Like Ibrahimovic has done that before. I know the likes of Robbie Keane's done it as well. So, yeah, I think.
There's a question, Peter. We only need a couple of players similar to Ruben Neves and Raul Jimenez. Would you take any of them too if they came available? I'd definitely take Ruben Neves for a start.
Oh, got a cracking strike on him. Aye. See Raul Jimenez. He's another cracking player as well.
I want to know what you're drinking. I want to know what you're drinking.
Oh, it's Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels, nice one, mate. Well, unfortunately for me, I'm actually on the water. I'm being good, being good. I'm talking, so I could get the cans if you want to, but I've got to keep the cans on ice just in case a takeover goes through. Because there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse if a takeover goes through and I've got no cans. You know what I mean? There's nothing worse.
Otherwise, you'd be rushing off the supermarket.
Mate, there'd be big queues, and I can't be bothered with that. Don't do, mate, I don't do queues. I don't do queues. I don't like queues. We won't be able to attract them sort of players because the training ground is disgusting, and I don't see us building a whole new one before we could sign any of them. Like me and you have spoken about this before. You know, the training facilities aren't the best.
One of the worst.
Because we're not going to attract better players if the training facilities just aren't there.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, like, some players are just going to look at it and thinking, are you seriously having a laugh? Is this what we're using? Willy bins and paddle pools for like cool down training things, and it's just like, oh, if that's the case, I'm off.
Let's have a look. One from Jonathan Young here. Let's have a look. He said, when I decide to want to load up, I'm getting, you know what, it goes that so because I get that many comments.
Oh.
Cans will be trending when the takeover is announced. Oh, mate, there'll be more than cans.
I
can guarantee you.
The supermarket soon, if that was the case.
You see, this is why I don't think they'll announce the takeover straight away because we're in lockdown. In the fearful that fans will go to the stadium and they'll break the lockdown rules. Do you not think that could be a reason? Do you not think that could be a reason why the government's sort of like stopping it? I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself yet, but it could be a reason, couldn't it?
Possibly could be, yes. Because I think a lot of fans would just want to turn up in any random bar and just get mortal because Mike Ashley gone.
Yeah, I think the big for me, it's not about obviously everyone we want the takeover, of course we do, and we want some big players in. But my main priority is to get Mike Ashley at the club. That's what we need. We need the person out of the football club who's not reinvesting into the club, who doesn't really have the interest. Lee Charnley for me is another one. I know you were saying the other day he was representing the club, which I heard about, but Lee Charnley for me doesn't fill us with any confidence. You know, we had Derek Lambesi as well. I can't do Derek Lambesi because that's his name now. Derek Lambesi.
Oh, joking.
Another one who had no interest in the football. He had no interest in football. You know, Derek Lambias, who else? We have Chris Moe. All these people who have come in who are meant to be advising Mike Ashley to run the football club. I'm sorry, but they couldn't advise themselves. They couldn't advise themselves.
Nah.
Oh, honestly.
Just the communications is absolutely embarrassing from the club to the fans.
We've got another question here from David Granwell. Do you think we should stop speculating until Neil is done, even though it's definitely going to happen? I don't know. I think you know, fans are. I would say they're entitled to be excited. I think while it's continuing the way it is, when there's no red flags, there's nothing to say that a deal's not done. I think we've got to go about it with caution. I mean, I've always been skeptical. I'm not going to say that I'm fully confident that a deal's going to go through.
Oh yeah.
Like confident, but I'm confident that something could happen in the background if we stay patient. I mean, what's your thoughts on, like, in terms of like excitement on that question?
I know, like, some fans like to be excited with things like this, but some people don't, because it's like we've been down this road similar before, and boom, it's all gone dead in the water. And yeah, but it does feel like we've been this further than what the previous ones have been as well, definitely.
Well, this is the reason why, not the fact I'm doing these live streams, but this is the reason why I'm 50-50, but I'm a lot more confident, like, when I'm talking about it, because there's been so many times before where they've said, oh, it might be going to the Premier League. We had this with the Binzai group last season, and obviously didn't go anywhere. But now that this has gone to the Premier League, and Amanda Staveley, we know he's just failed on a few occasions. But I think there's definitely some legs to this one. Like, you know, there could be, you know, how quick were the Premier League to get back to Amnesty International when they had that issue with the human rights? How quick they were. So something must be going on in the background, because the Premier League wouldn't release a statement back to them that quickly.
Well, there you go. And then when you got things like they've also said they don't want the deal to go through, and that being sports want the deal blocked as well. So you think there must be something going on with this as well, definitely, if they didn't want this, because the other ones that which didn't happen, none of them are coming out with saying stuff like, oh, we don't want this takeover to go through and all that. So you're definitely looking at it and thinking there's definitely something in it with this potential takeover.
Well, Jody said that patience is completely agree with that. I think we're just going to have to stay patient. Next one. In the past few days, 3 Saudi ministers have followed NUFC on Twitter. Like, I've seen that. Any thoughts on that, Peter? Does it give you any more optimism, or do you think it's just of what's been going on? I mean, listen, these could be anybody, couldn't they? That's such a big family.
It does sound interesting when you see things like this happen, but again, it's all about just playing it safe and just wait till it officially gets announced, and then happy days.
Right, we've got another question coming in as well. Let's have a look. How much do you reckon we need to spend to get into the Champions League? Now, obviously, let's just say they come in and they want to spend like big. Let's just say they come in, they're not going to mess around. They're going to tarnish the squad. They're going to rip it up and say they want to get instant Champions League by the end of the season. How much do you think, Peter, they should spend on the squad? And who obviously you've mentioned the ones who you want to keep, but how much do you think the squad needs to be? I mean, you've got to bear in mind as well financial fair play, which is going to be a big say in it as well. How much?
You could be talking around about over 100 million to around about 200 million, you could possibly say, at least by anyways. But yet again,
I don't think it's good enough. I don't think the squad's good enough to even get in top 10 at the minute. We're such a long way off.
We've got so many bang average players at this football club who need to be moved on.
If Poch does join us, do you think Kane is a realistic target, and would you like him to join Harry Kane? My opinion, Harry Kane, I think it would be unrealistic. I don't think he would. I think he'd most likely join Real Madrid over us, to be fair.
Possibly, yes. I mean, like, he could follow the steps of what Gareth Bale did when he went to Real Madrid back in 2013. And nowadays, Spurs will probably be demanding a massive fee for him. You could be talking possibly around 200 odd million. It wouldn't surprise me if Spurs were to slap a massive heavy price tag on him.
Daniel Levy's not stupid, though, is he?
Oh, definitely not. No.
All about the money. I mean, look what he's done. Look what he's done. Spend as little as possible.
Exactly.
Reporting now, Newcastle United takeover headlines as public investment funds ambitions revealed. Sports lawyer confident takeover will succeed. I think the way I look at that is take it with a pinch of salt. Obviously, you want it to go through, but it's a case of, you can't just expect that something's going to happen, because we don't know where we're at because nothing's been said. I'd love a concrete answer. Answer 300 million over a minimum of 3 years to get into the Champions League. I mean, we obviously said over a season, but I know deep down it's not going to take a season for us to get a Champions League. I think it would take at least 4 or 5 years. A 5-year plan for me to get Champions League.
Exactly.
Might have to take a 5-year plan.
Definitely, yeah.
You know what I mean? You look at the current top 6; they've all got plans in action to get themselves bigger and better. You could also put in their likes of obviously Leicester as well, Sheffield United, Wolves.
Absolutely, yes.
You know what I mean?
Just our plan so far is just to battle relegation, or finish mid-table, and then actually gets his Premier League money. Jesus Christ.
Bad, isn't it? It's really bad. Really, really bad. We are getting rid of we are getting way ahead of ourselves. The takeover hasn't not happened yet. Calm down. I think fans are just a little bit optimistic. I think I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm more 50-50 on it. I know there's a few fans that are maybe 90-95%. I'm not at that stage. I'm never that confident. Listen, we've been down this route so many times before. Obviously, with the amount of money that we could be potentially having as well, financial fair play, there's clubs even complaining that the Premier League apparently we could be a disadvantage. Apparently, we could be richer than Man City by 10 times the amount. What do you think about that, Peter?
Well, exactly. I mean, like, some fans want to get carried away, but others just want to play it safe and be cautious. If it happens, as I said, great. But if it doesn't happen, well, we're not really surprised. Oh, well, if it definitely doesn't happen.
That David Grenwell said Lingard is not the future. I don't think we're going for someone like Lingard, personally. I couldn't say it.
Terrible.
I don't think you leave.
How does he get
I don't think you leave Man United.
Oh.
The thing is, playing for Man United, isn't it? That's why he's playing for England. It's a case if he plays for them, he's going to get. You know what I mean? If Lingard was playing for a Burnley, he's not playing for England, is he? No offense to Burnley, but he's not. If he plays for Newcastle, he's not playing unless he's banging in the goals. He's not. You know what I mean? I think it's You know, Gareth Southgate, I think he's all about the big clubs, and he went against his promise, didn't he?
That is the problem. He always
Right.
thinks the same way.
Where would we be heading, and what's next if the takeover is off? Well, Pierre, I'll let you answer that question. If there's no takeover, what happens next?
Be the same thing. Battling relegation, or either finishing outside roundabout mid-table area, and you never know. Also, possibly there could be a third relegation on the way as well. It wouldn't surprise me if there was to be another relegation on the cards at some point, no matter what
I think
season.
Under Meg, actually, it is a relegation waiting to happen, to be honest with you. I do agree with that.
Yes.
That's why I think you have to leave.
He has to leave,
Ian Smith said he's another YouTuber. Go along and subscribe to him on YouTube. He said, evening all. Evening, mate. I hope you keep him well. Welcome to the stream. If you want to come in and chat with me, you're more than welcome to, mate. I'll drop a link in as well. If somebody else wants to join, I'll leave another link in as well. So I'm going to have Peter and one more person in. So let's have a look. Copy that in. There should be a link in the next minute or so. I'm going to decide I want to there. Right. If anybody would like to come into the stream with myself and Peter, feel free to do that. Let's have a look. There we go. There should be a link in the next 5 seconds. Should pop through. There you go, guys. There's a link if you want to come into the stream. Just press on the link and you're more than welcome to join us if you want to talk about the TOON instead of dropping yourselves in the comments. Ian Smith said if this falls through, it'll be the most depressing thing to ever happen to the club.
Yeah, it would be, but a lot of fans would be thinking, well, we're really surprised because it's happened before, God knows how many times now.
I totally agree, mate. I think if this deal doesn't go through now, then I think Amanda Staveley, for me, I think she's done. She might be a stubborn woman, I'll give her that. But I can't see her coming back in. I don't think she'll be trusted. I think we're trusting her now with these behind her, but I can't see it.
Well, also, I think if this one doesn't happen, I don't think I could see probably a takeover happening anymore or for at least a very long time.
And what would that do for the fan base? So, do you know what I mean? Would fans go back and pack the ground again? Or, would they get behind? Bear in mind, I think Steve Bruce hasn't done that bad now. He had a bad start, but he's actually turned things around. I mean, just before this pandemic, we actually started to turn things around with results. 1-0 win at Southampton. We had Sheffield United coming up. It was a big game, by the way, but a game that we could have won. Man City in the FA Cup quarter-final, things were actually not looking too bad. Fans were starting to really get on board with Bruce. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, I think the big thing that Bruce did was change the formation. I don't think I could have better watch any more defensive, negative style of football. But when he introduced to going forward the back and then slightly going for it more, it got us a little bit more optimistic. Because I think there was a lot of fans.
I think it's something he should have done at the start of the season, though. He was copying Rafa's formation, wasn't he?
All it was just carbon copy of what Rafa did last season, pretty much.
And the players weren't. Thing is, he'd signed a lot of players as well in the summer, didn't he? So it was a case of, players weren't gelling as quickly as what Rafa was left with at the end of this last season.
Yeah.
So, right, let's have a look. So, Ronaldo, Coburn, his comments actually spot on. Without a takeover, we're going nowhere really. Again, it's back to square one, isn't it? I mean, it's sad to say, but he's not going to invest it properly in the club, is he? You know what I mean?
No, it would just be the bare minimum or loose changes hanging, putting into the club rather than what the big money that has been invested for the likes of the TV when people go and buy merchandise, season tickets, etc. Majority will just pocket all of that and again probably reinvest very little into the football club is what he has done for the past 13 years.
There's a question up from Kenny Wilshire. Quite interesting. He can't see the cup continuing. I think he's obviously talking about the FA Cup. What would that do for the City, though, if there was no FA Cup final to look forward to? How would you feel?
I think a lot of fans would be devastated, but again, it wouldn't shock us because of the current pandemic that we're still under at this moment of time. And it's all about health and
also,
safety.
You've got to take into consideration all the clubs that are left in it as well. I mean, realistically, are we going to win it? We've got Man City. There's no guarantee we're going to win it. I would probably backward home anyway, but you've got like Arsenal. Who else is left in it? You've got is it Chelsea? Yeah, there's Norwich. There's a few big names left in it. You know what I mean? So it's not a case of we're guaranteed to win the FA Cup. It would be great to obviously get a route to Wembley, but there's no guarantees that we're going to make it to Wembley for the second time for the final.
Exactly. Yes, that is the thing.
Peter, there's a question here for you. I think it might be interesting. I think I've already given you my answer, but I want to see how you answer this one. This one is from David Grenwell. Would you boycott if a deal doesn't happen? So I think he's on about next season.
I only said I boycotted for one season, so I would definitely go back even if this takeover didn't happen, because it was just this season we decided to boycott because of the way Rafa Benitez was shafted out the football club. But it's all about getting behind the team and supporting the lads. That is the most important thing. So I would definitely be back if this over didn't happen.
Yeah, I think I'm the same. I think I've already stressed it. Like I'll definitely go back, next season and back the lads and give them that support because I think that's what they deserve. Obviously, I boycotted because of what happened to Rafa. I wasn't happy with the way he was just shafted out. Bruce came in straight away and they were haggling over money, and they were like, "Oh, get your season tickets, get your season tickets." I'm like, "We're getting mugged. We're getting literally mugged by this owner. Why would I want to go back the season when a lot could change?" And you never know with this takeover. If this takeover goes through and me not putting a penny in this season, it could probably be the best decision I think I've ever made. £600 well saved.
Aye, absolutely. Aye, definitely.
It sounds, you know what I mean? It sounds daft to say.
Aye, because
let's have a look. There's actually a good one here, Peter. What do you think about the neutral venues idea for the rest of the season? I think it's going to make watching it look like a training match. It's going to be awful. I think I have to agree with that. I think playing at neutral grounds, I don't think it really makes any sense. I don't see why they can't just play at the initial grounds, right? And then obviously get police cordons like around the stadium so nobody gets anywhere near them, and then you just play the matches as normal. Yes, fair enough. There's going to be no home advantage, but I'm totally against it. Like imagine Newcastle versus Sheffield United played at the King Power. Wouldn't feel right.
Exactly. I did see a rumor going about that. They were looking at venues at like Leicester. I think some clubs in London. I think Arsenal, West Ham was another one. I think Brighton was another one that was mentioned as well. And it does sound very funny, like, doesn't it? But yeah, it's gonna be there'll be no atmosphere at all.
I don't understand it. I think for me, the way I look at this, if they know that they're not confident, right, of getting football matches to go ahead, I've always said just not invite it. It sounds harsh to say, but what more can you do? Thing is, you can only stretch out this season for so long. If we are getting into June, we're still in this situation now. They've already pushed the Euros for next season. You've got to get next season to get ahead as well. You know what I mean? We can't exactly. Something has to be done. I've always said, right, if they can't get this season done, right, they're going to just have to give Liverpool a title just on merit for the 25 points clear. Yeah. Nobody gets relegated because you just don't know who's going to get relegated in the bottom three. Leeds and West Brom come up on merit for how well they've played. And the playoffs could have changed at any point. Fulham, for me, have never looked like being in the Automatic Score season. They've been in the playoffs quite a bit, but they're 7 points behind Leeds, West Brom. So it's like a case of, I've always said, give them compensation. If you have to settle it, give a compensation, cancel the FA Cup, cancel the Champions League, and you just start again. Nobody gets given the Champions League or Europa League spots. Next season, we'll just go again. And we'll have the same teams, same clubs, but you add Leeds and West Brom. And then next season, 5 get relegated, so you can get it back to 20 again. Then we'll continue with the Euros. That's the way I look at it. And people that say, well, don't give Liverpool the title because they haven't deserved it. Well, listen, they're 25 points clear. There's nothing to say that they're not going to win one more game.
I know, exactly. Well, you cannot see anyone catching Liverpool now if the season was going to resume back at this wherever it could be. But again, if they decided to just void the season completely, well, then again, yeah, you could definitely hand Liverpool the title. But think about what happened with the Dutch leagues. Is that Ajax, they avoided their league, but Ajax didn't get the league title from their league.
Same with France, so they've done the same, but now PSG have actually been given their title, so it's a bit strange, that one, isn't it? I know there's a lot more money in the French league to what we'll do in the Dutch league. But it's a bit of a strange one because like Ajax, obviously they weren't given their title, but then again they were obviously neck and neck with was it AZ? But then PSG they were given their title, and there's been complaints that apparently I forgot who was second now, but they could have actually potentially caught them up. You know, what I mean, you can't. The thing is, you can't please every fan. That's the thing. Like obviously, it's all good me saying void the season. It's all good me saying void the season because we're middle of the table, not really going anywhere. I mean, we're going to win one game and stay up, but I don't know. Like I think if it drags on and we're getting into July, I think they're going to have to make a decision. Why would you want to? It would be weird trying to get 9 games done in August, like when you should start the new season. You know, there's no guarantee that this lockdown is going to be lifted anytime soon.
Well, that's the thing. They might ease some of the restrictions of the lockdown, but they're not going to probably do them all. They might still have certain restrictions still in place, like they might not still allow mass gatherings still for a long period of time because, again, like we said, they said with the peak of this coronavirus, again, it's just too hard to predict with the number of deaths that continues to go up and down in so many days.
That's bigger than football at the minute. I mean, what's going on? I mean, the amount of deaths, wasn't it like 600, 700, 800 people a day? You know what I mean? It's like the amount of deaths already. I think we're already in the 20,000s, and that's like going to like a Stoke City away and never coming out. That's the way I look at it. Do you know what I mean? That's the amount of people that have died. It's mental. There's a good comment here, Peter. What's not to say that St James's Park won't turn into a soulless Etihad if a takeover goes through? I don't agree with that. I think we'll be loud and proud. I think we're different to Manchester City. I think we are. Newcastle fans. We're local. We're from the area. Like we know what the club's about.
You've got one of the best atmospheres as well, home and away as well. And I agree with what you've just said there.
Lawrence Taylor, Ajax and AZ were level on points, so it's understandable why neither got the title. Club Brugge are likely to get their title with them being 15 points clear. Oh yeah, they weren't given their title either, so it's strange, isn't it? Like where some certain leagues are, you know, around the world are giving titles out, some of them aren't. Obviously, with the French league giving their league, I just don't know where. It's getting to the point now where I think the Premier League just need to grow a pair of balls and do something and come out with a decision. Like they're having all these different meetings, aren't they? And there's so many. Like obviously, each club has got a representative, but it's getting to the point now where nobody can seem to. They're all wanting to put money before health and safety, which I think is quite sad. I don't know. I think they're going to have to come up with something.
Definitely should do. It is about money that's kind of stopping them from avoiding the season so far by the looks of it. Because there's been talks that clubs could end up go bust if they decided to end the season already. But it's all about health and safety. We just kind of take the risk at this moment of time.
That's the way I look at it as well. Like it just takes one footballer to catch the virus or any supporter to catch it, and then you know I mean the Premier League they're in trouble. The EFL are in trouble.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, the government obviously. You know, the thing is, there's been talk of fans not being able to go back to the stadiums until 2021. What do you make of that? Imagine no football team now in 2021.
Could be a possibility, but we don't want it to go that way. But you never know. Never say never.
Just Boy 13. Sorry, Peter. Just Boy 13 said, "How long left for the takeover? How long?"
It's again when it gets done. When it gets done, that's all I can say. I haven't got a specific date when it.
It's hashtag cans for now. Can. Let's have a look. There's another comment I've just seen here as well. It decides it wants to come up. I can say what I need to say. It's somebody replying to somebody else. Sorry, man. Apologise about that. Yeah, the messages come through so quickly. Like it's mental. Mm-hmm. Main Road could rock boys. The City fans were pretty mental. I just fear the stadium could be sucked into the trap of prawn cocktails and cucumber sandwiches instead of pie and ale. I don't know. I can't see if we get taken over. People suggest that we're going to be this, new Arsenal or plastic club or anything like that. I don't know. I can't see it, but I think we're going to still be the club that we are. Oh, think somebody else is coming in as well. I think, is it not Dean? He wants to come in.
Yeah, hello. Hello.
Get him into the stream. Is he coming?
Yeah, I'm coming. Hello.
Oh, hello. How's it going, man? You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How yous?
Yeah, we're good. We're just been talking about the takeover. Tell the audience what's your thoughts of the takeover, and if the takeover goes through.
For me, I'm not getting my hopes up because we've been down this road so many times with the takeover for the past 12 years that I've been watching Newcastle and plus witnessing firsthand how Mike Ashley has been bringing the club down. Like, let's just say it's a toxic relationship. It's just really, really bad for the situation there. And plus, I never liked Mike Ashley from the start because how he treated Kevin Keegan is just unforgivable, like I say. And plus, changing the name to St. James's Park to Sports Direct, I thought, no, that's how good ground that's been for decades. It's just really horrible for that guy who, not only that, he's allowing employed staff to just go work even over this pandemic. It's just really not on, and that's he is. He's just a greedy get. And plus, it's just, I do want the takeover to happen, but I'm just not getting my hopes up at the moment. It's just one of those things you just don't know what's going to happen around the corner. With this pandemic, you just don't know. I know the fans are like dying to get this takeover because they've been waiting for like 13 years now to get Mike Ashley to sell the club after all that time. And then this pandemic has now made him realize I'm losing money now. So it's just really not really. I want it to happen. I'm just Amanda Stephen. At least she came back with a better back of the sewing because when she tried it first time, it didn't go as corner pan that she wanted it. But now she's back with a better with the Saudi prince. One day might be king, and then with the brothers and plus probably more might come add on to the equation. So you just don't know as a late.
So, obviously at the minute, there's no red flags to suggest that there's going to be no deal off. There's been nothing to say that they're at any fault or anything like that. There's been nothing from the Premier League. There's been nothing from Newcastle to say that there's a deal off. Does it give you just a little bit more optimism that Mike Ashley could sell up? I know there's been a story out this afternoon that Mike Ashley has now finally left Rangers. So does that now give you any sort of indication that you could finally pull out of Newcastle? I know it is a lot more difficult at Newcastle because he's got full control. But you have that slight bit that you could do it. You could finally just leave.
Well, the report's saying it is happening, so it looks like he's got with Rangers. That's the one thing he was trying to get, is try and buy Rangers, and that was a bad move he did because in the rules you're only allowed to own one club. That's it, no other clubs or anything like that. But that's a good sign that he's no longer part of Rangers, or at least Rangers are now sort themselves out, and it's a good sign there. But I'm still taking it as it is because I know I get messages from friends saying, "Oh, the table is going to happen. We're going to get players and this." And I say to them, don't get too ahead of yourselves because at the end of the day, I want that to happen for myself because it's been a long time since I last seen Newcastle United Champions League. So it's just one of those things you just don't know what's around the corner. You're just thinking it's going to happen, and all of a sudden it's just gone just like that. You think, for me, for the takeover, it does not happen. I thought, well, it's deja vu again. It's really deja vu.
Yeah, I think obviously in all this, you've kind of got to feel a bit sorry for Steve Bruce because he's sort of in the dark. He hasn't really been told what's going on with his position. There was talk apparently he could have 9 games to save the season, but we don't even know if the season's going to continue or not. You know what I mean? We don't know how brutal they're going to be if a deal goes through.
Yeah, but like I said, Shoggy, from the start, I said it from the start. I said when the pandemic and lockdown happened, I said the season's going to be null and void, and that's what's going to happen because they are trying to find what's safe for not only just for the players, the staff, and plus also the managers, because having a book up I'll he had coronavirus, and next minute, and then he had to went quarantine, but now he's in fully recover. And then there's also a report that 8 West Ham players got showing symptoms, and that's like, whoa, that's really serious for me because for me, I don't want this to happen because at the end of the day, if they do play on the ground and then players have to wear masks, that's good. At least they wear masks. But if they call coronavirus, then the media will be all over it because why are the Premier League allowing this to happen? But it's just like I said it from the start. I said none and void. That's all I got to say. It's just none and void, because I will give Liverpool the title because they're 25 points off and they deserve the title. But it's just seeing Dutch denied Ajax the title, then French just giving PSG the title. And like you said, Sharky, yesterday is like giving West Brom and Leeds in the point. I would say definitely if they're most consistent, then I should do. But the playoffs, I just don't see it. It's just, and it works for the system, but at the end of the day, you just can't keep everyone happy, because some clubs are just, they just disagree on this, disagree on that. It's just, you just don't know. So really don't know.
Yeah, like I think my only real concern is, and I think you've touched upon it, they want the football to come back. I know the Premier League, they're using money over health and safety, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but it's really health and safety. For me, if it is behind closed doors, I think the clubs and the owners should give the money back to the fans, because they paid a lot of good money to have a pre-season ticket and a season ticket, and it's really not fair for the fans to spend all that money, then all of a sudden the season's just been none and void, and then they don't get nothing right. So I think they do deserve a refund, and also they might get something out of it. I'm just hoping that they'll give something to the fans, because at the end of the day, the fans keep coming week in, week out, even in the spare time as well. They come and support the club. It's just really horrible that some owners not giving the money to the fans, even though the fans have been their life and soul to the club, and plus they support them. It's just really horrible and disgusting for what they did. And I was really angry at what Newcastle are doing, and plus I'm really angry the other clubs as well. It's just shocking that how they support you for thick and thin and years, and then do that to them after all that. It's just not on.
Yeah, like I say, there's obviously talk of trying to get the games played behind closed doors and neutral venues. I mean, Newcastle, Sheffield United, I think, is the next fixture. Well, if go in order, like, what would your opinion be of Newcastle playing, Sheffield United down at the King Power Stadium, for example, when it's meant to be a home game? What's your thoughts of that? Do you think it's a real disadvantage?
It is a disadvantage, but for me, they should have let us play St James's Park, because that's meant to be the home ground for our chances. But for me, that's going to be a bit of a problem, because there have been rumours that they're going to have other grounds. But for me, it's just, it's not fair, really, because then the day when you're in the Premier League, you're supposed to go travel in that ground or this ground. But it's just really, it's confusing for me, because I don't know, because I heard rumors about that, and I thought myself, this is not really, I mean, really, it's not going to be the faint-hearted which ground, because it is going to be silent. Yeah, fans are not going to come to it, but it's just really a disadvantage. It is a disadvantage, definitely, Chalky.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, obviously, we're still in the dark at the minute. Like, nobody knows what's going on. It's the same with the takeover. Obviously,
we all say at the end of the day, we just don't know what's happening, because I know friends who are Newcastle supporters and all that, they want this to happen because they wait for a long time. For myself, I wait for like 12 years to get rid of Mike Ashley, and Mike Ashley has just treated that club like it's just a business. That's it, nothing else. Not putting money to the club, not putting facilities in there, and the facilities are getting absolutely worse. That I haven't seen it inside, but I heard reports about it. It's just really bad. It's just shocking that we are way behind. And if you look at League Two, if you look at other Premier League clubs, they got top of the range. I even one time went to St George's Park, and they got the best facilities that you ever seen, even the best indoor field I ever. Even though I kicked around in football, honestly, it's one.
Have a guess what League One club trains at that St George's Park?
Oh, good question.
Beginning with B. In the Championship.
Even in the Championship. Yeah,
I'm not sure. We played them in the Championship. Very small club. Beginning with B. N.
Burton Albion.
Yeah, Burton Albion. That's their training facility. That they've got better training facilities than Newcastle United. Peter, just put that in the Burton Albion have got better training facilities than Newcastle United Football Club. Burton.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought they had low grounds. Oh, I know they had issues in the past, but that's news to me. That's really surprising me.
Dean, I haven't asked you this question. I know obviously there's been no takeover just yet, but if there was to be a takeover and say Steve Bruce was to leave his job, what manager would you like to see in charge of Newcastle United for next season, if and when that season recommences? If we can get the season done.
At the moment, I'm stuck between two managers. Two managers I got in my head is Pochettino is one of them. He's been, let's just say, unbelievable for Tottenham, how he achieved Tottenham to get to the Champions League final. That's like a great achievement, and plus he's a very passionate manager. When he first came into the manager scene, everyone thought he was just not speaking English or anything like that, but he's very progressed. Like, look what he's done for Saturday. He got him out of relegation, and because they were on the verge of relegation. And Tottenham, he's done something, let's just say, amazing, because I've never seen Tottenham, because I always see Tottenham like stay in the top 10 or top 7, but recently they've been in top 4 finish, and that's fantastic. And plus they waited 20 years to go above Arsenal is really amazing achievement. And plus getting in the Champions League since Harry Redknapp, who got Tottenham into the Champions League for the first time, and then go on from that to get in the Champions League final is really fantastic achievement. And plus he showed how passionate he really is. It was just a shame that follow on to that season, this season, it's just where he got dismissed, and plus the owners. I know the owners want high expectation, and he is trying his best to try and bring Tottenham where they should be. And yeah, he's got Tottenham where it is, and it's in a good position. Yes, top 4 finish, fantastic. Will they win cups? It looks like it's possible, because they almost did it. Look at that Champions League final. What's odds of that happening?
He was very expressive as a manager. I think with Pochettino, I think he was very, because if Tottenham had actually backed him, I think he could have actually won that Champions League. I mean, there was no. I know Liverpool are a good club, but there's nothing to say with it being invested in Tottenham.
I agree. Liverpool are the great club, because Liverpool's come a long way from the Hillsborough disaster 30 years ago to where they are now. It just shows you that clubs can come back from bad situation and plus tragic times to just get back where they were. And it would be fantastic if Liverpool winning. At least they've waited for a long time for this, since that tragedy happened. It was really bad and everything like that. And then win the title and then denied for that title. It's just really, I do want Liverpool to win it, but I know people are going to say they don't deserve it, there's this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, look what happened 13 years ago. They're not only that, because the fans came to watch their beloved Liverpool in the FA Cup, and next minute didn't return it all because of the way the crowd overcrowded and all that, and push, and it's just really upsetting. And plus it's really saddened, and then the families who waited 30 years for justice, and they almost had justice, but then he got acquitted for it, and it was really sad. And plus it was, at the end of the day, it was maybe, because when I spoke to my family about it, it's just really, it's just waited for a long time for that, and then just all that work is just for nothing.
So, Dean, say for example, we're going for Pochettino, okay?
Could order from, the spice of India here.
Yeah.
You want
okay, I'll go to you now. So, you were tied between Rafa and Pochettino. Which one would you choose?
Yeah, I'll try it.
I would definitely have Rafa Benitez back as my number 1 choice.
What would you expect from Rafa Benitez to come back to Newcastle? Like, what would be your sort of aims and ambitions? Like, how long would you want to do such? I mean, what would you expect from Rafa?
Yeah, no worries, I'll do that. Sorry about that. It's just my mum came in.
Is it because of Dean?
I could hear like there was another voice in the background. So
apologize, Peter. Just mum came in.
Yeah. So basically, you were talking about how you wanted Rafa, yeah. So what would you expect from Rafa Benitez if he was to take charge? Yes, I know he hasn't really been backed fully with money, but what would your expectations now be of Rafa if he had a bit of money? Where would you like to see the club maybe in the next 5 years? Would you like to see maybe winning something domestically, or what would you like to see from Rafa Benitez?
Definitely winning something domestically, challenging for Europe, getting into Europe, because he's definitely got the managerial skills to do that, definitely. And if he was to give him that extra investment, proper investment, I think he could definitely do it.
it's what he needed though when he was here. Like that's what we lacked. You know, we had a bunch of grafters in the side. You know, we had like some Matt Ritchie, Jamal Lascelles. You know, we had obviously Perez and Rondon, but obviously that fell apart. But Rafa stayed. I reckon you could have built around Perez and Rondon. I really do. I think with some better, maybe better wingers, get rid of that.
I believe because when Rondon and Perez, that was a great chemistry they had, and it was just really sad that when Benitez left, they followed, and that was really. I think Rondon followed Benitez where he was at the Chinese club, but Perez went to Leicester and he's doing all right there, and Rondon, he's doing all right in China and Benitez as well. It's just really. When Benitez left, it was just devastating for me because it wasn't surprised at first because I knew when I thought if Mike Ashley or Lee Chang might get a better deal for Rafa, that would have been a deal breaker, but it was just not meant to be. I knew that was going to happen because when it comes to when the contract expires, it's just they think, are they going to give Benitez the best deal? If you give him a 7-year deal, he will take it no problem because you have a big plan lined up. But the way they offered him is just shocking, unbelievable, and plus he wanted to do magic over again. And at the end of the day, I don't blame Benitez for.
Who would you choose between Rafa or Poch? Who would you choose between Rafa or Poch?
It's a tough one because 50-50, both managers are fantastic. Pochettino hasn't won a trophy yet, but Benitez has. He's won a lot of trophies. Not only that, he's won it for Valencia, he's won it for Liverpool, he's won it for Chelsea, but then Chelsea was criticising him for that. And he won some for Napoli, and then he was with us, and he always won the league title. I mean, the championship, they say. And he's won all of that, and plus he's worked with one of the best players, I believe, is in the world and all that. And yeah, Real Madrid, it didn't go well for them because they didn't support his tactic or anything like that. I would give Pochettino a chance because at the end of the day,
I'll throw it out at both of you. What about Steve Bruce? You know, where does Steve Bruce fall in this? Do you give him a chance? I mean, what's not to say Steve Bruce, if the football was to come back and we get our FA Cup game, that Newcastle go on and win the FA Cup? What's not to say that the man who wasn't wanted, wins my first domestic trophy in 50 years? That's possible.
Mm-hmm. If he does the unthinkable, win the FA Cup, I'll give him a chance. No question about it. But yeah, I wasn't happy when he first came into Newcastle. And then the reason why he took the opportunity because he regretted not taking it years before. I think at the time he was just, you had to say he was getting too. I think he was more forced on what things going on. He was forced on the club, and then he realized later on. He said, "I need to take this opportunity because he's from the northeast, and plus he played for Wolves and then he went on to play part of like Manchester United and all that, and then came back to Newcastle. I think at the end of the day, he has done a pretty good job. I was a bit like you and Pierre said, I was like skeptic saying I'll give him 10 games to see if he's going to improve and all that, just because at the end of the day, I want to see great results and plus more passion into Newcastle. And the first 10 games, was a bit of up and down. And I thought myself, he's getting us where we were supposed to be. But at the moment, it's just really. But the last game against Arsenal, I think the fans started to like really get behind him. And I was starting to get behind him. I thought this could be a chance for us to get against Man City, the quarterfinal, and then you just don't know.
What about you, Peter? What's your thoughts on Steve Bruce? Do you think he deserves a chance? I mean, obviously they say you could potentially have the last 9 games. Obviously, you could win the first FA Cup. I mean, I'm not saying we're going to, but while we're still left in the quarterfinal, there's always a chance, isn't there?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, like he's done better than what a lot of fans expected. That they were really worried when he first got the job, thinking we're going to be right down in there, possibly right in the bottom 3, or maybe just outside of it. But to get to a FA Cup quarter-final is magnificent. The first time we've got to this stage in 14 years, was it?
No, it is. I think all of the credit goes to Steve for believing. I'm giving the credit to Steve Bruce for the fact we've got to the quarterfinals because I know fair enough we've been on his back, but I think he is a cup manager, and I think he's seriously, yeah. But he knows what it means. Listen, I think the advantage with Bruce is he's a local laddie. I think he knows what it means to win something here. That's why he's taking it seriously. He can't afford. He knows that we're not going to probably finish higher than mid-table, Why not give the fans something to shout about with a cup run? Even if we just get to Wembley for the semi-finals and get dumped out, at least that it's something for him to leave off. You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, well, he's done it with Hull City before.
Yeah, will be. I agree on that.
I just think, you know, with
He
Bruce
got
as
them
well,
to the
he's come
final
close
and then
before.
lost to Arsenal.
Yeah, I think with Steve Bruce, I think he definitely. Do you know what would be good for Steve Bruce? If he comes in, the man who was never wanted, comes in and wins the FA Cup, and he walks out and he's like, you know what, I actually delivered. He's your first. Even if he was to be sacked, I wouldn't. He's your first domestic trophy in 50 years.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? I'd be
Yeah,
happy for him as well because he's a local man. I'd be happy for him. I really would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know,
I agree on that.
You wouldn't want to see him sacked, and then obviously he's not been given that chance to maybe try and develop the club. I think with a takeover, I think it is too easy just to get rid of the worst off managers and bring in, you know, the best managers. But you look at Manchester City, Mark Hughes. I mean, they kept him on straight away. He wasn't replaced. You know what I mean? Not that quick.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, it did. And it didn't go like he did try, but he just. I think the owners were expecting a bit more from him, but he did do his best. But sometimes it's just time and money, and plus building the squad. And the way he did it was just, it wasn't that best. It was just, I think the owners looked at each other thinking, yeah, we're giving him a chance, but I think it's time to need a manager who can who's got passion and plus get the best players out of them, and plus get the ability out of them. But it's just really, it was really bad. Because when the worst thing when it announced he was sacked, he was just they just pulled off a win against Sunderland 4-3, and then got sacked like that. Oh, he just won a freaking game for us. It's just really
right. Which one wants to leave the stream? Because I've got Lawrence waiting.
I'll leave the stream this time because I'm needed downstairs now anyway.
Okay, no problem. Well, if I'm still on and you want to come back in the stream, you're more than welcome. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
See, nice talking to you, Peter. Stay safe. Have a good evening.
talk to you, Peter. See you soon.
Hey guys.
Continue, Dean. Lawrence is coming
Hey,
in.
Lawrence. Hey, Lawrence.
Hey, guy. Hey.
Where is he? He's coming in. Lawrence, how's it going, mate? You all right? You good?
Good, thanks.
Right, Lawrence, I haven't spoken to you since last Saturday. The takeover, the latest news. Well, we're still in the same situation. Still no red flags. Still potential deal to go through. Just the human rights people at the minute.
Well, yeah. I'm still confident of it going through. It'll take time, and I mentioned in the comments before, however long we've got to wait, it is nothing compared to the 13 years we've had to suffer of Mike Ashley.
Well, obviously the news at the minute, obviously the Premier League and the EFL want to try and bring the football back. They want to try and play it in neutral grounds. Now, for me, I'm totally against it. Obviously, we're all going to have our own opinions, but what do you think about potentially Newcastle United against Sheffield United getting played down in Brighton or down in London or the King Power Stadium? What do you make of that?
I think. Well, personally, I'd probably cancel the rest of the games, but I think it's a bit silly if you're adding, say, like teams like Brighton, Arsenal, even us as like potential neutral venues. You've got to have it. Maybe it's around the northwest, or potentially the Midlands, but maybe it's northwest and Yorkshire, but that's it. But you've got to minimise travelling.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've asked you that question, Dean, about the neutral grounds. What have you made?
Yeah,
you
did say the yeah, you did ask me that, and the answer is it's just not fair on the grounds, and plus they got to pick the stadiums or going to follow the health and safety, and plus the well-being of the players and the staff. And it's just one of those things. Is just really, it's just don't know what's going to expect around the corner. Because for me, I would stop completely, because at the end of the day, it's not fair if they're going to catch it, and it's just not fair on that. It's just really one of those things is just you don't know. I don't want the season to resume because at the end of the day, it's just the health and safety.
I think I think it's a difficult one. I just think the way the Premier League are looking at it is I think they're looking at money over health and safety, and I think the thing is I've got a good feeling that they might get caught out. Who's this? Somebody trying to come at the stream.
And also the Premier is going to lose over billions over it.
One second, guys. I don't know. I don't know. This guy didn't actually speak the last time, so I'm not too sure if I want to put him in. Yeah, I'm not too sure. 1 second, guys. I'll be 2 seconds. I was trying to sort this out. You can talk amongst yourselves if you want.
No.
You and Dean.
No.
All right, Dean.
No, it's all right, Lawrence.
Okay.
So what you thought the takeover is gonna happen? For me, I'm
think it
just
will.
not getting my hopes up.
I think it will.
Are you saying it will?
Yeah.
For me, I'm not getting my hopes up. So we've been
Aye.
down this road so many times, and plus last year
Aye.
we thought was really gonna happen, and the next minute
Aye.
it just never happened. So for me,
Aye.
I'm not getting my hopes
You
up yet.
won't-
I know, like I said over a friend,
I don't know.
Did you vote for Poch
it's just
last year?
people
or
messaging. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, it's just really it's just sometimes I don't want to get high hopes, and the next all of a sudden it was just no, that was never going to happen. But for me, I'm not getting my hopes up. I hope it does happen. But there's been reports in that there's positive signs, but for me, I'm still not getting my hopes up and all that. But if people have different views on that, then it is.
The common question I keep getting is, when is it going to be completed? I think I can say it to both of you. I think it's done. If it's done, it's done when it's done. We'll find out sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I think the only thing I believe it's done is when I see Rafa Mike Gassi saying from the sunset, no business and all that, and then they'll be saying, thank God he's gone. That's what I want to see. I want to see Sky Sports News to put a video where Mike actually leaves St James's Park for good, and then that's going to leave fans. I think there's going to be many fans to see him go over and they will celebrate and that. But for me, I would say when Mike actually leaves and it completes, and then I think we do need a statement off Newcastle and plus Mike Ashley, because at the end of the day, we only know information from possible new owners, but at the moment we don't have no statements from Newcastle United or Mike Ashley or Lee Chorney or matter. But it's just
like, why can't the club or the Premier League come out and say something in a situation like this, where there's people losing their lives and that, and we're all talking about a takeover.
Yeah,
I'm just ashamed of the Premier League and that they haven't come out and said something. Like, I know, fair enough, yes, Mike Ashley was over in America, in Miami. I think he's come back now. But why can't someone like Lee Chorney on YouTube come out and put a joint statement? Like, why can't they do like a 30-second recording and say either something's in process or something's not happening, or put out a statement on Twitter or Facebook or the website? You know what I mean? Instead of just like not saying anything. I think it's grown that much, legs. It's grown that much publicity. People are still content to talk about it, but the club aren't giving out any indications of, you know what I mean? I don't know what more I can say. I mean, apart from I'm 50-50 with it, but we can't be fully sure. I mean, there's a lot of people who are 90-95%, but we can't be 90-95% sure if nobody's come out and said anything.
For me, I'm still 50-50 on this, because with this takeover, this is very close that we had last year, and you just don't know what's around the corner. It's just really, for me, I would say, yeah, it's going to happen, but for me, I'm just cautious at the moment. It's just you don't know what's around the corner.
I think that's where I think you've got to be cautious, because I think if you get too ahead of yourself, then you're obviously left to be disappointed. But 13 years of nothing, no achieving anything, poor facilities, stadiums all over the place. Let's have a look. See if I can get any comment. Let's have a look. Just see if we can get some comments going there. Let's have a look at this one. Let's have a look. So they are in exclusivity contract until the May. I don't know. I don't think they can really. I don't think the Premier League are saying much. I don't know. They're saying they want the games to go ahead, but they're not saying no.
The problem is some players are going to be expired, and that's going to be a problem.
They always say, "What do you learn?" Well, from the Premier League and the EFL this weekend, what have we learned? Nothing. Still nothing.
Not much.
I haven't learned anything. Cashley still stole over more money from Kaylee Parnaby. Do you think that's true?
No.
Do you think he's after
know
more money? I don't think.
No, I'm not. That's a good question, but for me, I've not. That's the first I heard of it, but for me, I don't know.
Not for me. It's kind of like a case of like risk being bigger than the reward. If he's wanting an extra 40 million, when they could end up losing 300 million.
The thing is, they've already put, if I'm not wrong, 70 million down in the deposit, and it's non-refundable. So,
Yeah.
if it's been accepted, I don't think like Ashley can pull out.
Million.
This is why I'm a little bit more confident. Like, if it's gone to the Premier League, my only bit of confidence I can take from this whole takeover is that the Premier League sent out a statement to the human rights charity straight away. That gave me a clear indication to say something is obviously happening, but I can't be 100% certain.
You just don't know, because at the end of the day, Premier look into it. Because at the end of the day, they're just doing tests to make sure this owners are legit. At the end of the day, they are really legit. If not, then it's just one of those things. Because for me, if I was a part of the board of Premier League, I would say just make this happen. Because at the end of the day, if they're really legit or anything like that, or do the human rights have something that we don't know about, it's just really, we'll just look into it. That's the main thing. Because at the end of the day, the Premier League are here to do their job. At the end of the day, they want to make sure that the proper owners are going to do something for the club. Because at the end of the day, they're there for the reason, just to make sure that the club are being run in the most possible way.
Yeah, I think it's because obviously they were saying it could tarnish the reputation of the league. You know, they could do this, they could do that. Listen, I think it's all ifs and buts really with these Saudi Arabian people taking over. It's a case of just I've always been a big firm believer in giving them a chance, right? If that's the only sticking point I think for this is the human rights stuff. Something I don't really want to dig into because it's not something for me to be talking about. But I think if it wasn't for the whole
heard
Richard
news about Saudis treating badly and all that. Yeah, I heard stories about that. It is, at the end of the day, that's not going to be part of it. That's not part of the equation. At the end of the day, it's just the Saudis can own many, because we're not allowed to have Saudis. What about Sheffield United and other clubs have been allowed, but why not us? That's the only thing about it.
Yeah, that's true. I keep getting the same question by the same guy, and it's difficult to really answer. It's a short question. How long is left before it's completed? Like I was saying before, my guess is just as good as yours. Like nobody knows anything. Obviously, the best place to look really is Twitter. That's where I've been looking, and you can't always agree with everything that's said on Twitter, but I think it's a case of just watch this space. I do believe something's going to happen. I do believe this week that there's going to be some movement. I do. I think somebody has to come out and say something. You know we need answers. I think our fan base, we deserve answers.
Yeah, we do deserve answers, but I think it'll become, for my opinion, if that guy's asking, say how long this is going to be, for my opinion, I would say around May time. If it's middle of May or end of May, we might find out from there, because you never know. With the virus still claiming more lives and anything like that, but the government's now looking into trying to reopen a few businesses and all that. And then they might have a meeting with the Premier League and discuss what's the best solution for games to go ahead. And then they might touch upon that Takeover Newcastle situation. They might come out saying that it's going to go through anything like that, and then no questions asked. And then I know human rights and plus the history with Saudi Arabia is just, at the end of the day, don't go politics with football, because at the end of the day, it's just football is matter for the people, because at the end of the day, the fans deserve more for this club to achieve greatness. Because you see all the clubs achieving great, we haven't achieved great for a very long time. It's just really, it's just frustrating for me, because I just don't understand why they do it.
That's been my only frustration. Like, you know, with it, a lot of other fans and a lot of people around the world saying, "Oh, well, we're for these Saudis," or you know, they're trying to get all political and stuff. Like, as a fan base, we're not here to be political. Like, we just want to see change. Want to see a fresh direction. Like, the thing is, we can't be 100% sure that whatever's been said from the human rights point of view, that's true. Obviously, we just need to know what's going on with the club in terms of, is it going to be sold? Is it going to be Is
That's the only thing I
keeping the
want
club
to
like
know
how?
because I'm just frustrated about it. I'm just not because
Yeah.
friends are telling me all sorts, and I said just don't believe what they say on social media or anything like other. Because I know Newcastle Chronicle is trying to get the best information they can, and plus Sky News reporter Kevin is trying to find more that he can. Because at the end of the day, he just hears what people are saying. That's it. It's just really. I don't know what's happening at the moment. I only believe what's on Sky Sports News or what's on
Nobody
Newcastle
does like that. That's what we've been getting, like, notifications on Sky Sports of this could be happening, that could be happening, and then when people are talking about, oh well, use our use our for these human rights allegations and that, we're not like that's not what we're after. We're just after a takeover, and we just want to make sure that these new owners are clean, and if they're clean, fair enough. We just want to see Mike Ashley out the football club. It's not a case of getting political. I don't think we really want to be in that category. I think we just want to see the takeover. And if it doesn't go through, then we don't have to talk about it. Do you know what I mean? We just need clear answers. That's what I'm sat. Yeah, I want to know what's going on.
That's what we deserve. That's what we need to deserve. Because at the end of the day, we're Newcastle fans. We've been supporting Newcastle for a very long time. Some have even supported even back in the I'll be sure 70s and then right up to now. And it's really sad seeing some of the fans are not coming to St James Park because they're just sick of Mike Ashley, they're sick of this, that, and the other. When you take over, you never know, they might come back.
Yeah. I mean, might have a wait list. Sorry?
Well, he's already taken the money. He's already taken your money for the season tickets for next season.
I mean, Premier League might make it a legal thing to refund fans. I mean, they've got to.
Funny thing is, though,
I believe they should.
By right, he should. By law, he should. The club should definitely refund the fans. Definitely, 100%.
Yeah, they should. They should.
But the thing is, with this,
but not only that,
it's all about money. Money talks.
Money talks in every different ways, and money can't solve any problems. That's what I believe.
I was going to ask you, Dean, if a takeover goes through, what players would you keep?
Amaron, St Maximin, Montebrugge, Johnny Lescott. There's been rumours about Yemen might be. Yeah.
Did you just say Johnny Lescott?
Sorry, I meant the skipper. Sorry.
Lascelles,
I meant the skipper.
I was going to say, since when did he Newcastle Henry? I was going to say.
No.
Julian Lescott.
Nah, sorry about that. I meant the skipper. I will keep John Joe Shelby and Hayden because they have a good midfield chemistry. Let's see who else might give it off. I'll still keep Matt Ritchie because he's had a few good seasons as well, and plus he's had a few good games. What's that saying? Sorry.
He was talking to the press the other day, Matt Ritchie. He was basically saying he loves the fans. He wants to give more for the club. He's a passionate guy. He wants.
Oh, he's very passionate. Since he came to the club, he's very passionate for that, and plus, he puts 100% into the club as well. On the Longstaff brothers, there's been reports about my Longstaff being linked to other clubs, and if that happens, then I will wish him all the best because recently the season, since he made his debut and scored the winner, and he's not been featured much at Newcastle, even though he's not, because he's working, he is doing his best, and then if he wants to get opportunities and plus look at that, he's,
I think he'll say one. I really do. I think he's going to sign a new contract. I mean, it's a no-brainer, really. I mean, he's a young lad. He's from the area. He knows the club, and he scored against Man United.
He's a kind of lad. I even met him, and he's a very kind of lad.
I just think it would be wrong for the club not to do it. Even if Mike Ashley's still here, I think it would be wrong not to give him a new contract. Even he's on, what's he on, 800 quid a week, still donating to the NHS.
Yeah.
And that's the good thing about him. This is to put something like he's not only just a player who's greedy, he's just thinking about the donating for charity, and that's a good thing he did. And for Sean Longstaff, I will still keep him. Yeah, he's had injury situations this season, like the following season. Yeah, he had a good season. Then next week he got injured right before the end of the season. But at the end of the day, every player has an injury and everything like that, and then they'll bounce back. Yeah, it's going to take time for them to adjust like he did last season, I will keep them. And the situation with strikers, I will get rid of Andy Carroll.
Yeah, I'd get rid of
I would say get rid of the whole striking position and buy new strikers, because it's the worst strike force I ever seen for a very long time. Because I'm no Newcastle who have the best strike partnership, and what I've seen so far is just crap, really crap.
Carroll, the thing is, Carroll's injury prone. Mutu is just simply not good enough. Dwight Gale, probably championship at best, and Joe Linton just isn't even a striker. So you're questioning, where is our striker? Like, he's meant to be a number 9, and he doesn't act like a number 9. You see him, he's still stood in the centre circle.
Miron's more of not only a striker, but like a midfielder as well.
No,
I would give it a max.
We need a striker. Nowhere. Moose has asked us how long we're streaming for. I said till midnight, but if it starts to calm down and it's beginning a bit quiet, then I might end it early. But if people want to come in the stream and talk, then I don't mind. But if it starts to die a death, then. But no, honestly, do you know what it is, right? You see St. and Almeida on, they're picking up the ball, they're working hard, and they're getting down the pitch, and they're trying to create opportunities. But there's just no striker in the final third. Like Gale, for me, he's got the pace, just can't finish. Mutu, frustrating as hell. Carroll, very good with set pieces. Joe Linton's just not there. We haven't got anybody.
No.
Well, Joe Linton was more force at the back than goes up forward.
Aye. I mean, why sign him to be like 40 million number 9 if he's been playing as a winger? And obviously, there were reports, I remember from December, that we spent 40 million on him despite knowing he wasn't worth 40 million. And to be fair, there's probably truth in it, considering his goal record in Germany, even if journalists there were saying he's better than that.
I've got a question here from Zed. Spell that right. Do you think we will have a response by the 9th? What's everyone's thoughts, guys? So close. I can't be too sure that when a deal is going to go through. For me, I think you just got to sit in and wait.
I think there might be something next week from somebody.
There might be something next week. I'm not.
I think sit in and wait and see what happens. We've got another question in here as well from Liam Long, an interesting one. Do you lot think Joe Linton is not good enough? For me personally, I don't think he is good enough. I don't think he's ready for the Premier League. Not just that he can't fit in the side. I don't think he's really ready.
I think it is. I hope that if we sell him to like a lesser league and he finds his feet, people aren't like, why did we sell him?
Thing is, we'll not sell him. £40 million. We'll not get the £40 million.
No, we're definitely not going to get. I would say 20 million.
We'll set him up. I'd say a loan deal straight away. I don't think we're not going to just get rid of him like that. I think for me, if he does it in the Championship, a bit like Mitrovic, we'll send him out to Fulham.
Aye.
Yeah, we did that.
We got to off.
The thing is, though, sometimes it's his attitude. Like Leicester game, I remember he had a shot saved by Schmeichel. It's fair enough. It happens, but then he just heads the ball straight back in his hands when nobody's in the box to attack it.
Who's this?
Joe Linton. Like sometimes when he's not putting in the effort.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's hot at Newcastle personally. I think he knows that the fans are on his back, and I don't know. Like I think the number 9 shirt's just being tossed around like it's nothing, and I don't like that. You know what I mean? I think
really disrespectful because that number 9 represents the great strikers from past, present, and now.
Like since Shearer, only Rondon for like the full time at Newcastle has deserved like the number 9, and even he was like just like a 1 season loan.
I agree on that. Rondon was one of the best strikers.
Aye.
Yeah.
Cisse,
I would have said Cisse, but I think Rondon was more better than what Cisse did.
Cisse turned to shit after his first half season.
Yeah.
I thought Ball was more number 9 for me. But Demba Ball was more number 9 than what he was.
Yeah.
I would have said, but he's been one of the best number 10 since Owen. Way better than Owen.
Owen was just dreadful, though, wasn't he? He wasn't that good for us. I mean, he had real potential.
No.
You know, when he played for Liverpool, thought he was a great player. Real Madrid, listen, his career was sort of going downhill when it wasn't working out at Real Madrid. We were obviously looking for that marquee signing, obviously, after Shearer, once he hung his boots up. But for me, I think once Shearer left, after a couple of seasons. I just don't think his heart was in it. You just knew he didn't have the better players around him.
Mm.
Then you seen a change of
I
fortune when he went to
heard
Manchester
a comment about his book, and I was really shocked that he's saying he got to join in Newcastle. For my opinion, we're the only clubs that give you a second chance, because at the end of the day, no club was ever going to get you. Even Liverpool didn't want you, because at the end of the day, Liverpool wanted to try something different, and yeah, look what happened. They won the Champions League without you. There you go. And then Newcastle, we're giving you a second chance. We've got the best platform under 52,000 fans. And then saying that out of a autobiography, saying that you were joining Newcastle United, and we paid 60 million to come to this club and try and be the striker.
Yeah, I mean, look at the ceremony we had when he signed for her.
Who?
Owen. You know, when we had all the fans and
I think Owen was a frustrating one because he spent more time gambling. He spent more time, like, you know, not wanting to play for the club. When we turned down, I remember we turned down our numbers to go and, you know, welcome Michael onto the football club, you know, as if he was like the next big thing. And just, you know what I mean? He's literally just shit all over the club. That's what he's done. And then he's done it again in his autobiography, which, to be fair, I wouldn't even pay 30 pence for.
No, I'd pay not to have it.
No, I don't. I don't read books. I do read some books. I only read the history, but I don't read biographies, because some of them are true, some are not true.
Aye. I've been reading Shaker.
I was shocked that he said comments about Anne Shearer is just our character, and it's just really, because end of the day, Shearer has his vice of opinion, and then like that saying that he wasn't loyal to us, he was going to go and join Liverpool, and that's the first I heard about it. I thought, whoa. It just shows you that Harry and Shearer brought you into this club, or you be the next thing after him. And then when he came manager for like 2 games.
Question to you guys, both of you. Big questions, right? Say we're getting a new takeover, right? And they want to keep Joe Linton for how much he cost. How do we get the best out of Joe Linton then? How do we go about it? How do we make Joe Linton into a better player?
Put him on the wing.
I still believe, like, I know, fair enough, I've always said maybe, you know, he's not good enough, but I'm sure there's got to be something in Joe Linton to suggest that there.
I put him on the wing.
When I watched him play, he's more focused on the wing and plus the middle. That's what I notice him. Because when you're a striker, you're supposed to focus around the area, not at the back. You're supposed to focus like from the air and then pass, and then from the wingers, and then the wingers will come across. You've got to be there exactly where the ball comes to you and score. But for him, he's more focused on being a winger and get back to help the team, and that's it.
I think this is a funny comment. So let's just bring it up. It's regarding Mike Ashley. Sorry, Mike. I think do you know what it is, right? I think if I picked up Michael autobiography, I think I'd hurt me on picking it up.
Pick up an injury. Good question. That if you read the book and going downstairs, then there's a slight chance you'll break your leg. That's a good question, Ronaldo. I wouldn't read a book if I fear I picked up an injury if I did it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just think with Joe Linton, I think if a takeover sort of goes through, my only hope is that the new manager or whoever comes in is going to maybe try and get him into the side. But if not, I think his time's up. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, that's what I'd say. I would say if the Saturday wants to keep him, and then I think the only improvement he needs to do, if he wants to be in the wing, just put him in the wing, and then we might have a discussion with the numbers change. That's what I'd say, because at the end of the day, you don't want to be number 9. There's got to be some other players who are willing to have that number 9 and try and make a name for themselves and try and be known as the number 9.
My channel said they would actually consider retiring the number 9 shirt, and I don't disagree with that. I think, you know, the amount of times would be.
No,
I wouldn't.
That would be a disaster for me, because at the end of the day, that number 9 represents everything about Newcastle and the history of Newcastle United. Retiring it, no, there is a striker out there who can be scoring goals and plus help the club.
I don't think they want to retire it on purpose. I think what they're saying is there's nobody really out there like that really deserves it. Like we've just been handing it out like it's nothing. There's got to be that big name who we think is actually going to do it. Like Joe Linton, for me, I don't think he deserves the number 9 shirt. Given it because obviously we paid £40 million for him. Actually thought, you know what, make him number 9. We'll see what he can do. And once the pressure's hit him, it's really got to him and he's confident just on the floor. He's a number 9 should act strong in situations. You know what I mean? I don't think. I don't think he puts himself around enough on the pitch. Like you're watching him play, and you see him in the midst. Like, what you doing? What you doing, lad?
Yeah, it has been for the past few years. That number 9's been passed around since Alan Shiver retired, and now passed 9 to a few others, and it's just been passed willy-nilly. And at the end of the day, I believe there is a striker out there. I know people say, "Oh, there's not many strikers out there," but at the end of the day, you just don't know what you. I'll see it when I see it. When I go to games, I see players like I say to myself, there isn't a great number 9 there that will one day play for Newcastle and represent that number 9 shirt and bring the goals back where it used to be years ago. I believe there is. I know fans will be skeptic and anything, and they say, "Oh, you talk about it. It's just sweet." That's a little dog. Little dog.
Not the first dog I've seen appear in like a video from home. Because I've seen Dan Walker's dog appear.
Honestly, I try to do some sort of setup and he destroys it. I try to do some sort of setup and he destroys it. Can I win? Cannot win.
Don't worry. I go on group chats and I got this friend who's got 2 cats and they sometimes interfere and she says worse than, let's just say, with all the sons above, and that's it. Like for me,
honestly, he's fully destroyed it now, man. He's destroyed it. But the question you have from Jack's your show said, obviously, I think we've already touched on this. Who would you like to see the Newcastle manager if a takeover goes through? I can confidently say right now that I want Rafa. I know people will say his football wasn't the best, but he gave me belief. That's the most important thing you want. I want belief. I want to be wowed, and I think yes, at times, the football.
Best for me, it's this question: what if you give Pochettino a chance? Because you never know if he has the backing with the new owners, then he might work something that what he did with Tottenham is amazing.
What would your expectations be of Pochettino? So say he was to come in the door, where would you like to be with Pochettino in the next 5 years? And how much would you back him in the summer?
I will back him 100% if he gets in the top 10. If he gets in the top 10, that'll be fantastic. That'll be a perfect start. And the following year,
would you like to Pochettino?
The other part is try to battle for the Europa League first, because at the end of the day, we're not going to get Champions League straight away. We're not going to get it straight away. I'll be happy if I get Europa League, because at the end of the day, Europa League's going up.
Sorry?
Say that again, Charles.
Yeah, when would you like to see Europa League by with Pochettino? Like, when would you like to see realistically Newcastle, challenging in the top 7?
I would say around top 3rd season or 4th season. That's what I see at the moment.
I'd say about 3 years.
I would say 3 years.
A couple of years, 2-3 years. I don't think it's a case of. I don't think we can go out and just buy like big players. I think that's a lot of our fans think. We're just going to. A lot of fans are talking like people go on like we want to buy titles and we want to buy success. I don't think we do. We just want to see a team that can compete a lot more than what it's doing now. The club's got real potential. I think the club could do a lot more than what it's doing.
Yeah. And plus, I want to see produce young players as well, because that's been missing for Newcastle for a very long time.
Yeah.
What we're built on, though, you're seeing Shearer, Beardsley, you've seen obviously the 2 Longstaffs, you've seen in the past Paul Dummett as well. So that the future's bright. I think with a takeover and with better players that can only help us, to try and recruit, at the bottom level, at academy level, bring them through and get them better with better players as well.
Yeah.
It mixes up.
Oh, I agree.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I agree on that. And plus, the youth academy needs to be updated. Yeah, there has been reports that they are trying to change and try and bring something new structure into Newcastle United. It just needs a bit more time. That's the end of the day. It's just sometimes at the end of the day, they're just young players and they're just learning how to play football and how they can better themselves as better players in the future. it's just end of the day. I know fans
Yeah.
are going to be like saying, "Oh, they're not going to be the best. They're not going to be the best." End of the day, it's just a learning curve. At the end of the day, it's a learning curve to build their confidence. I know fans are going to be saying that,
Yeah,
"Oh,
they're
they're not
wrong,
gonna," but if you look at how their talent is, just how they play.
Yeah.
They got it there. It's just
here's
they
one
need
from
guidance.
Batman for life. I asked for while he said, I would like Rafa, but also Jose Mourinho, as he's worked under Bobby and represents the passion of the TOON fans and could bring players to the club. I don't think, in my opinion, I'll give you mine now. I don't think he would join Newcastle because he's just got on a project at Spurs and obviously he's turned us down in the past. There's no guarantee of a takeover.
I agree.
No.
And yeah, I definitely still have
Jose was linked, and then next May he went to Tottenham. That's it.
Aye.
What about there's been talk of like Jesus as well from George Jesus from what's the club now? It's Flamengo. What about him? Got Eddie Howe, we got Sean Dyche. Any of these managers gonna do a job?
Maybe Eddie Howe.
I won't give Eddie Howe the job because then what he's did for Bournemouth is fantastic.
I think you know what it is. If we're looking short term and we want to try and build into the Europa League, I think he would definitely do a job. I think the reason why a lot of fans won't take Eddie Howe is because he used to obviously he's managed like down the Football League, League Two, League One, Championship, Premier League with Bournemouth. Just because he's a small club, he's not a massive name. But for now, I don't think we're going to attract the big name manager straight away. Obviously, Pochettino for me, that'd be a real coup for. Do you know what I mean? I think Eddie Howe could do a job short term.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree too. It's just you will build the players and plus try and build like a stable to the club as well. I would say he would do that because how he did with Bournemouth is unbelievable. It's just one of those things.
Aye, but Jonathan's got a good point here.
Eddie Howe. Well, but the thing is, though, they're only a small club though. Like I think, yes, they have spent on players, but listen, they're still attacking, they still win games. I know they're struggling this season. But I still believe, like he's kept in the party for 5 seasons. Bournemouth, Bournemouth, small club. They're not a lot of fans, and you can't. I think people have a bigger picture here. Like it's not like he's taken Bournemouth into the league and he's got them relegated straight away. Like at times, they actually have played decent football up until the season where it hasn't gone quite right. But I think what more can he do? At Bournemouth with a small club mentality, he can't do much more than he's doing. I think he's doing a good job. I really do.
He's doing everything he can because he got Bournemouth out of one of the worst, darkest time in their history. He's got them where they are now.
Exactly.
I think he's given everything that he can. But at the end of the day, if it's not enough, then at the end of the day, I think Eddie Howe needs a big challenge. I think something big that he can work with. But for me, with Eddie Howe in Newcastle, it could be possible, but I'm thinking he could work with some other clubs, but I can't put my name on one of them because I know some other clubs are struggling.
Like a West Ham or an Everton or something like that.
Yeah.
It could be a great opportunity for him to Everton. I think he'd be good at Everton, but I think West Ham, I think he might help West Ham get where they need to be. But I think he will. I believe he will.
The thing is, I'll give you credit. What more can Eddie Howe actually do with Bournemouth? They've had mid-table finishes. How far can he take Bournemouth? Do you know what I mean? I think you can't take them any further than he has done. Mid-table, I agree. Punching well above.
I agree too. Because at the end of the day, it's just he's took them where they were at my place and got them where they are now. I think he's given everything that he can.
Yeah.
It'd be some miracle if he pulls off the unthinkable, but I don't see it. That's the problem.
The reason why they don't want him is because he's not like a big name manager. He's not a glamorous manager like a Kevin Keegan or a. But it depends on your thing. Is people are suggesting they're going to come in and spend absolutely billions on the club. Who knows how much they could talk the talk. They could walk in the club and say, actually, we're only going to invest so much now, and then we'll reinvest later on, see where we go. Because you know what it is, all right. They could come in, they could buy a striker for like 50, 60 million quid. But what if it doesn't work? Then we're losing money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the case because with our striker, it was a big waste of money that we ever had.
Yeah. We've got a question from Steve Cole. He's asked, if we are building to improve the squad moving forward, would you want the main core of the team to be English? Now, of course, that would help with the international game.
I'm not bothered
It
personally.
would also have,
As long as we,
you know, I mean,
I know we
think-
can't have like 8 homegrown players in the squad. I'd say more. I'd say more like players from the academy, playing like in the first team regularly. But as I say, not necessarily English. But I think the academy. If we could have a good academy again, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I would say
But the
5
thing is,
homegrown players.
we've already got an advantage. We've got the 2 long staffs already. Do you know what I mean? I mean, they're
Exactly,
there
yeah.
and they're ready. Time for us to see the club push on, and they're only going to get better with better players around them. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
like if we're going to kick on and try and get into the top 7,
true.
they
I
can't
agree on that.
next year.
If the players got chemistry between them, then yeah, they can go further.
Obviously, the Lion King, that's his name. He said the new owners will want a big name, or big names, if you like. I mean, yeah, obviously that's obvious, but I can't.
Yeah.
Listen, when they're coming in, I'm not expecting huge names. I think we're going to have to try and build our own identity. I've always said,
Yeah.
in a takeover, it's small. We can't just instantly think, all right, we're taking over. Clubs are going to struggle. We've got billions in the bank. We're just going to start getting into the top 4, the top 6. For me, I'm not deluded to think it's going to work. I think you've got to have a lot of realism here. Like, you know, when Newcastle United Football Club, you know, Man City, yes, they went out and spent millions on Robinho and Tevez and that, but that was then financial fair plays in. You can't just go around like, you know, doing this because you can get forced.
Yeah, I heard reports
what your
about Man
thoughts are on
City
that.
got banned, UEFA, and that was.
Yeah.
I thought there was something dodgy about that.
Aye. Even for Man City, I wouldn't say like Mancini was like a massive name. Well, not the biggest name.
Big names, yes. I don't know. I think big names will come in time, but I don't think they're going to come straight away. Like, I'm not expecting like Cavani and, you know, I don't know. I think we're going to have to try and be trusted to try and build. In the thing is, at the minute, we can't even compete for top 10. That's how low down we are in the league. Where we're now 13th in the Premier League, and it says it all. You know what I mean? We're not. Don't get us wrong. I appreciate the squad work hard, and I think that's what we as fan base love. But we know we could do better. You know what I mean? But I think we'll have to try and build our own way. Like, I think people can get carried away at the fact they've got a lot of money, but if they hadn't have got a lot of money, you'd still just want Mike Ashley out and build gradually.
Yeah, it's just stop, build by build. Like I said on one of the comments, I said just.
We need state of the
art. I agree on that.
I was just going to say, I don't think we can build our way to success.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We need to do it slowly. I think it's slow steps, and I think if other clubs are going to respect us, then I think we need to do things the right way.
Yeah.
I
think there's definitely got to be, you know, an identity somewhere. But yeah, we need the state of the art training facilities, and maybe there's another Shearer out there. Maybe like, I agree. Like, we're not going to achieve anything without better facilities. That's the only way you're going to attract bigger players to the club, is by.
Yeah.
I've always said, if they can't, Benton obviously, if they can't do anything with that, if they can't extend it or make it bigger, I've always said we'll have to leave. We'll have to go elsewhere and build a state-of-the-art training complex somewhere, and build some state-of-the-art pitches for the under-23s. That's not to say that we can't go along and see them. We can't say, you know what I mean? Yes, I know the home's in Benton, but if they can't expand it, if they don't want to be there anymore, I think if for the long-term future of the club, I've always said the training facilities may have to move. I'm not saying the stadium has to move. Have to move. So I don't know what your thoughts on that.
Maybe they can move to... Oh man, hello. I think obviously we'll need to at least upgrade the training ground or move. As like reserve games, I mean, potentially we could move them to Droid Park, but you know, maybe some, you know, also have something else in mind.
There's space. There is definitely space, but it's a case of if they can't expand at Brighton. I'm thinking of this question. Yeah. If they can't expand at Benton, then I think it's just going to have to.
Like Brighton.
Oh yeah, just that's what I was going to read. We are now on par with teams like Brighton, but to be fair, we came up with Brighton, so of course we're going to be on par with Brighton. Do you know what I mean? We both came out of the Championship together. I don't think really we're as good as each other. Like, we're no better than Brighton, and they're no better than us. Point of fact.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's just really
let's have-
the hardest thing because then the day needs to be facilities and all that. The cities need to be really updated and plus space as well.
you want to
I'm just going
change
to
the club
go,
badge?
but the question:
No,
do you
I will
think
never
the
change
new
the
owner
badge.
will change the club's badge? I think they will, but give us 1 second. I think they will.
Nah, I love that badge. End of the day, that's been Newcastle. I know they have changed badge in the past, but that badge is really like something special and all that. But it's just really, I don't see that. Yeah, I think the new owners will change it, but for me, I just don't see it. How they're going to change it? It's just at the end of the day, it's just badge that you're used to. You can't just change it.
See, I think they might, for that. I mean, the Manchester City, they've got into a circular badge.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have. I know.
Yeah, I think they could, and it was. Yeah.
I think they'll change
I
it.
think it's similar to badge they had at Main Road.
You know, with a stadium as well, people are saying, "Oh, well, they might not change St James's Park," but listen, obviously it'll always be St James's Park, in my opinion. But if it generates more money for the club and we can get more players in, why not?
Yeah.
You know, it's better than the Sports Direct Arena where it was just for Mike Ashley's gain and not for the fans' gain. It was for what he wanted. Anything that the name made, it was for him. But if we get these in and they're going to put their name, we know it's St James's Park. I get that. It's not going to get taken away from the club. But I think, look at Man City. They went from, was it Eastlands to the City of Manchester Stadium. It's now Etihad, which represents them.
Yeah.
And it's bringing in money all the time. You know what I mean? The Etihad Stadium, it's bringing in money for them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It makes
true. I agree with that.
There's going to be, the thing is, there's going to be a lot of changes. If we get taken over, for me, right, this is gone. That's no longer there.
Yeah.
This overtime might change. In this spot here, they're all gone at the end of the season. They're all run out.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I don't know. There's going to be a lot of changes at this club over the summer. I really do. There's going to be a lot of changes.
Yeah, at the end of the day, change is better. It'll bring better change for us. But for us, it's just going to be severe that you think it's now going to happen in years. It just takes time for people who are used to it. That's the main thing.
Anyway, guys,
anyways,
it's been
I'm just gonna shock you and Lawrence after end this for me because I've been called downstairs.
Okay.
No worries. It was great. It was great talking to you and great showing this live stream and all this.
Yeah. Aye.
Take it easy.
Okay.
Take it easy, Lawrence. Right, so that's Lawrence and Dean. Thank you very much for coming into the stream. Also, thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much to everybody else who's come in the stream. There's still time if you want to come in. I'm now on my own, so let's read some comments out there. Make yourself useful. Let's have a look. So, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I am trying to get to 2,900 subs. We're not very far away now. Also, hit that like button down below as well. Subscribe, all that good stuff. Follow me on social media, Instagram and Twitter. TOON Army TV. I'll give you a follow back as well. Like I say, I do plenty on this channel as well. We're going to try and grow in 2020. Let's have a look. So if you want to put your comments in, please do. I'm probably going to stream for another half an hour if it goes a bit quiet. So, yeah, feel free to put your comments in. Actually, just so I'm not denying anybody, if anybody actually wants to come into the stream and wants to chat all things Newcastle, I will drop a link in as well. So just bear with me a second. Right, there's a link if anybody wants to join. If anybody wants to come into the live stream who wants to chat all things Newcastle, don't be shy. If you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. You're not obliged to, but if you want to come and join, feel free. Isaac Ode, let's have a look at your question, mate. Do you reckon season tickets will increase a lot? I don't think it will, to be honest with you. I think if a takeover goes through, I think they'll definitely charge fair prices. They wouldn't charge what Mike Ashley's charging. I think they'll have a plan and action to try and get fans back. They'll want to try and, gain that reputation. They don't want to just come in straight away and overcharge for products that they're trying to sell. They want to try and get that engagement straight away, which hasn't been there for 13 years. I don't think they'll want to do that. I don't think it'll be the right thing to do. I wouldn't agree with that. It's one of the most important things. You've got to get the fans on board, straight away. Let's have a look at the next question. Oh, Andrew, thank you very much for the $4.99 donation. Thank you very much. It is really much appreciated. One of my loyal subscribers. Guys, if just to let you know, I do have a super chat, which basically means you can donate anything to the channel if you want to. You don't have to. You can support me. Anything that you donate to this channel will go into the channel. When the shops reopen, I can get new equipment as well to really improve the channel going forward. So, I just want to say thank you very much to Lee Charles, the Blackpool supporter, who gave me the £5 donation, and also to Andrew NUFC for the $4.99 donation as well. So thank you very much. Honestly, it really does mean the world. Great content. Thank you very much for being part of the channel. I can't thank you all enough, really. Even if you don't donate, it's absolutely fine. You're not obliged to. You mean a lot to us anyway. Just to have you guys on board. I would love to see Adama Traore down the opposite side wing of ASM. Yeah, I would, mate. I would love to see it. Love to see it. Let's have a look at the next question. I still feel like of this panel they might have different approach to signings and manager. Yeah, exactly, Andrew, mate. They might. The thing is, we can't. At the minute, we're just speculating on who the potential new chairman is, or we don't know. What's going to happen with this takeover. I mean, it's been dragging on for weeks. It feels like it's been going on for a lifetime now. Andy, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think that Mick Quinn would do a better job than Joe Linton for the number 9? And how can he? How can I make a donation? Basically, when you go on the chat, there should be like a little pound sign, and then you can just make a donation. It's very, very simple. Where the chat is, there's like a little pound sign, and then you can donate anything you want. It can be little, it can be whatever you feel like. You're not obliged to donate. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Nobody's forced to donate. It's just there for anybody that wants to donate to the channel, because I know a lot of guys were asking last weekend, so it's been set up for you guys. YouTube have connected me up. Jody, Chinese tomorrow night, Shoggy. Good night, mate. All the best. Stay safe. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. I'll be doing some more live streams next week as well. So, yeah, don't miss out. Kenny Wilshire, Jody, aren't we all trying to avoid the Chinese? Very true. Very, very true with this pandemic. I mean, nothing against Chinese food, because to be fair, I do actually like it. But yeah, it's a dollar sign, mate. Yeah, it's literally a dollar sign. So in the chat, there'll be like a dollar sign somewhere next to it. And you just press the dollar sign and you can donate to the channel if you want to. You don't have to. Yeah, do you take PayPal? I do take PayPal, but like I say, it's just transferred through bank. But it'll not go directly to me straight away. It'll go through YouTube. I think that's how it works. So whatever you donate won't go to me straight away, because YouTube get a percentage, I think. But no, like I say, no one's obliged to donate. It's just there if you want to donate. So what's the next one? After the Man City takeover, they started using feeder teams. Do you think we will expand and follow suit? I know they did go along the route of it. Was it the MLS as well? Is it No, it's not Miami. Is it Miami something? I can't remember. But no, New York. It's New York something. But anyway, I know they definitely went down that route. Could do. I hope not. But these potential new owners, you just don't know what their plans are. Is it a straight up investment for Newcastle, or would they want to look to try and expand? With a 2030 vision, you just don't know what their plans are. It could be a case of just Newcastle, or it might be a case of they might go out and buy out another club. It might not necessarily mean football. It could be basketball. It could be, look what Kroenke is doing for Arsenal. He's got the the American football and all that. So you kind of go where the money is, don't you? You know what I mean? You go where the money is. But it just depends on how successful these owners can be and how much money they're willing to put into it. Because yeah, the thing is, you can speculate how much they're going to put into the club. You know what I mean? How much money have I made so far? I think I've made about a tenner. To be fair, tonight made about a tenner, so that's not too bad. You know, for a stream, for a first time paid stream, so it's not too bad. Like I say, it doesn't go on like random stuff. It goes into the channel, so whatever gets donated goes straight into the channel. When the shops reopen again, I can invest it straight into the channel, so it gets put aside. Jody, I would like to see the new owners get involved with the local non-league teams by attracting, by loan under 23 players to them, etc. Yeah, like it said, I'm a huge hater as well. I'd like to see a lot of players get transferred over to them, you know, to help them out and try and help them get out of the non-league north and get them into the football league. It's not something we, you know, that's impossible. It's definitely something we could work on. Jason Harwood, I think Steve Bruce should be given a chance to the end of the season. Yeah, I agree. I think given that we've still got 9 games left, he's in the FA quarter final. He needs that chance. I think he definitely deserves that chance. Are you concerned about the allegations against our prospective new owners regarding broadcast piracy, human rights issues, and the about killing of the journalists by the Crown Prince? Yeah, like it's not something I really want to dig into because it's not really my place to. But I think it's a case of I'm still skeptical about it because it is a serious issue. You know, I can't go against what's been going on behind the scenes of human rights. If it has happened, obviously, you know, it's obviously alleged. We don't know if it's true or not. I can't come out and say it's true or it's not. You know, we don't. It'd be like what Rafa says. We don't know the facts. We don't know the facts. You know, it's a case of wait and see. But if it didn't go through, you wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean? You can't be shocked. So have a look at the next one. Imagine the scenes if we beat City in the cup. Mate, there'll be absolute. I wouldn't even want to know. If we got to Wembley, I'd be straight down, mate. I'd be getting me ticket. Let's have a look at the next comment. Pirating is done in what? It's done everywhere, really, when you think about it. Not just in certain countries. It happens everywhere. There's too much corruption in this world. That's the problem. But like I say, politics and football should never mix. That's my opinion on that. Is that your cans when you take over? Yeah, could be, mate. Could be using it for the cans. I've got plenty of cans in the fridge, but they've been put on ice for now until we know if the takeover is going to go through. There's nothing worse having to wait in a shop for a good half an hour at the minute. To the way things are going, I can't be chewed. Can't be chewed with these big queues. Let's have a look at the next one. I know that the Saudi problems are really bad, but I'm sure doing business with weapons is a lot worse. Well, the UK, obviously, Boris Johnson and the Queen, if I'm not wrong, they've got a good relationship with Saudi Arabia. They do a lot of trade deals anyway, so it could be a case of that could go in our favour. It's important, I think, to have that relationship. I think that's the most important thing. Let's have a look at the next comment. Pete, you got a haircut? Yes, I have had a haircut. I haven't hidden the fact. Yes, I'm gone completely baldy. Not like George or Shelby, but we're getting there. What more can I do with the current situation? You know, I've got to change it up somehow. Each country in the world has I think that is human right issues. Yeah, every country's got their issues in some capacity. Does anyone like Richard Keys? Well, I don't. Not particularly. I mean, I don't think he's really that relevant. He's just, ever since he left Sky, he's always been against Newcastle. He's always had something negative to say. I mean, I could go on all night talking about Richard Keys in his past, but I don't think I've really got that time to do that. So I won't. I definitely won't talk about it. if the Saudis are really that super rich, why Newcastle and those more established clubs? It's a tough one to say right now, mate. We are an established club, but Mike Ashley doesn't have the ambition to match the club. That's the problem. He doesn't really put enough money into the club. He drains the club of any sort of ambition, any success that's available on the table. He's completely against the fans. He knows he's burnt bridges. He knows he'll never win the fans over. And once you do that, there's no way that he's going to ever. Well, he's not going to put his own money into it, put it that way. He's just taking what's off the Premier League deal anyway. TV rights. Guys, if you're in the stream and you're new, please subscribe. That would be amazing. I'm less than 55 subscribers now from 2,900, and I'd like to get that soon. I am trying to get 3,000 subscribers by July, if that's possible. It's only possible if you guys go along and sub. Like I say, it's free to subscribe. I'm going to be doing plenty more live streams as well, so there's plenty of time for you to come on. I'm going to try and make it a Saturday thing at 8 o'clock, so if you want to come on and talk all things the TOON, Takeover, whatever, we'll talk about it. We'll get you in the live stream, and I'll get your comments read out as normal. So let's have a look. I think there's another one here from Kenny Wilshire, if I'm not wrong. Let's have a look what you say. Liverpool, Man United are for sale. I know the Man United fans are against the Glazers. I know that for sure. John Henry at Liverpool. I think he's turned a corner. I think obviously they've won the Champions League. They're on hand to winning the Premier League. So I think the Liverpool fans are okay with that, to be fair, as far as I'm aware. They're putting the money in. They've got Salah, Mane, Firmino. You look at what we've got. We've got bloody Andy Carroll and Joe Linton. Big difference there. Let's have a look at the next one. Andrew, NUFC, I think that Amanda Stavey and the Saudis want a project and we're ready made for that. I completely agree, mate. I think we're a club that, we're ambitious, the fans are passionate, we just want to see some sort of success. If we can see some sort of success, like it'll always, with a success, it'll always vibe into the city. That's what we want to see. Do you think Newcastle will be a bigger club than Sunderland if a takeover happens? We're a bigger club anyway. So that's an irrelevant one. Thing is, big clubs aren't in League One, are they? Big clubs do not see themselves in League One, not for more than one season anyway, put it that way. Jonathan Young, Staveley is the key to NUFC purchase. She wanted to purchase for 3 years. Now we finally managed to find the perfect buyer as a public investment fund. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think if this doesn't go through now, I don't think I'll trust Amanda Staveley ever again. The thing is, there's been talk of the second bid from the Americans as well. We don't know about that. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. Let's have a look at the next one. I think that's related to the big club. And the next one's from Jody. Let's have a look at your comment, mate. You thought Amanda Staveley wanted to buy Liverpool. I think Newcastle's probably a cheaper option for her as well. I think we're a bigger planned project. Lion King says, I'm so excited I just can't hide it. Good song. Newcastle is a sleeping giant. These Saudis are going to wake it up any day now. Hope so. Fingers crossed. Hopefully they pass all these tests and we can, get the club back to rightful arms. If we can just compete. I don't want to buy titles. I just want to see the club in a better place than what it is now. Because unfortunately under Mike Ashley, we've been starved of any sort of success. There's been no communication from the top. They're not speaking to us, the fans. And if you don't speak to the fans, for me, instantly you've lost trust. And then once you lose trust, it's harder to bring the fans back. Look at the next one. Yep, and they bid around 1.5 billion in field. I think with Liverpool, though, no offense to us, but they're a bigger club. They've got the history behind them. They've won the trophies. They've got the big names. They're more of an attractive club than what we are. But because we are a sleeping giant and we are a club that should be winning titles, I'm not demanding that we should win them, by the way, when I say that. I'm basically saying, we're a club made to win trophies, but we just haven't had the right owners to do so. you would say definitely say that John Hall had a chance, but under Mike Ashley, it was given into the wrong hands. He just didn't really. You had a guy there who, yeah, he was a billionaire, but didn't have the funds to take Newcastle to that next level. He didn't have the funds to compete in the top 7. He said that in the past. My only surprise is that he's not sold the club a lot earlier. But listen, I'm not the one who makes the decisions. But for Liverpool, they've got they've got their history behind them. Whereas for us, yes, we've got an all right history, but Liverpool have won, Champions Leagues, FA Cups, League Cups. The one big trophy that they're missing so far is the Premier League, which they're about to win. You know what I mean? They're a lot more of an attractive opposition than what we are. But that's not to say that we can't become a big club in the future, but we just need to have the right people in charge to take control of it. And these guys, fingers crossed, something can happen. Jody, I wonder what other club shops have been turned into Sports Direct selling Barcelona shirts with Messi on the back. Yeah, exactly, mate. It's the club's becoming into a comedy joke. That's what we've come into at the minute. It's a real shame what Mike Ashley's done. I mean, I couldn't think of a better club to buy into want to win something, and he's destroyed it. Like, you couldn't have chosen a better fan base to piss off, basically, if you ask me. If we can afford, he's willing to come Haaland or Werner. Haaland, I think he's just gone to Borussia Dortmund, so I can't say that, but Werner is a possibility. I'd love to see it. I think if you're going to announce a takeover and you're going to show the Premier League and the world that you're willing to challenge, for me, he'd be the perfect signing. He'd be the perfect number 9. Let's have a look at the next one. Didn't you predict Arsenal to win the league one time? I did. I predicted Arsenal to win the league. Was it last season? I think it was last season when that Unai Emery, but yeah, that massively backfired. I think it's because I had Lacazette, Young, Earl, they had Torreira, they had Ceballos. Who else did they have? The Pepe. Oh no, it wasn't Pepe. It was somebody else. But they looked a real threat. But things can massively backfire. Like this season, I went for Man City and Liverpool. I didn't think they were going to do it again, and they did it. So it's. I don't like predicting the league, but it's all for a bit of fun, isn't it? Hate to ruin the party, but for years, big names won't come to Newcastle. They want Manchester or London. Well, it's not. Well, geographically, yes, Newcastle isn't really. We've got the nightlife and that. We've got the bridges and that. But yeah, I think London, obviously, it's where it's at, isn't it? It's where the money is. But you never know. With a takeover, it could change all of that. It could, this could change Newcastle life. It could change attitudes, and that's what we want to see. If they're playing in front of our crowd on a Wednesday night in the Champions League, for me, they'll not want to go anywhere else. Trust us. There's no better place to play your football. The Champions League is on a Tuesday, Wednesday night. It's St James's Park. I couldn't think of a better stadium. You could say Anfield, but what has happened to the Sunderland takeover? Have you heard anything? Not really something I know about. All I know is Stuart Donald was trying to sell it, but whether he's still selling it, that's another thing. It would be nice to see Newcastle now become a fortress again. I totally agree, mate. I think we just want to see some sort of ambition, some sort of push, if we can get into that top 7 and then sort of build from there. We know that Wolves and we know Leicester, we know they've got long-term projects. Sheffield United, listen, we know what they've got and what they're about, but that's not to say we can't, break into that top 6. It's possible, but we've got to have the right tools. I think for me, it's always baby steps. The next comment, when it decides to come on the screen. I don't want it to but titles, but Shearer said it himself on True Geordie podcast. They will buy the titles. Well, that is common, but with the financial fair play, you can't be 100% sure that they're going to be allowed to spend all of that money. I know people will talk about, they're going to spend 200 here, 300 there. I think personally they'll spend small at first, and then they'll gradually work their way up to wanting to make the club successful. I don't think you want to be paying over the odds for a striker or a midfielder and losing your money. I think that's the one thing they don't want to do. Lion King says money talks. Sunderland takeover, I heard they offered 50p, but he was. I don't think I'd bid 50p for Sunderland, to be fair. Let's have a look at the next one. Holland was bowling Leeds. Yeah, I heard he had a Leeds connection, to be fair. Then again, if Leeds get promoted to the Premier League, don't rule out a move to Leeds. See what their project is, because I know Leeds, if I'm not wrong, were going through a takeover themselves. The connection was through the PSG owners. Correct me if I'm wrong, but could happen. I would just love. I just want to see Mike Ashley gone. You know, I think time's up now. I think he's caused enough damage, and if there's the right time to leave, it's now. Honestly, it's now. I can't think of a better time for Mike Ashley to leave the football club, and it's now. Because if he doesn't sell the club now, then I can't see we're progressing. It'll just be mid-table every season. We'll have the odd good game against Man United or Man City at home, and then they'll just be what highlights of the season. Unless we play Sunderland and have them, that's it. I think the takeover has to happen now. And I don't want to sound like I'm being impatient because I'm not. I just think realistically, it has to happen now. Otherwise, it never will. I think I've always said from day one, if Amanda Staveley, she's always wanted to buy the club off Mike Ashley. She's had 2 or 3 attempts and she's failed. But if she doesn't get the takeover done now, I don't think I can trust Amanda Staveley, unfortunately. I think this is her last chance to try and get something done. She might be stubborn. I respect her for it. But there's so much riding on this one. There was so much riding on this takeover now. I think a lot of the fans, and we'll have a right to be excited, of course we do, because we want to get them out. That's the most important thing. But if Amanda Staveley doesn't sell the club now, we're clinging on hope for a second bid. But then what's going on with this second bid? You know, the Americans apparently have lodged a bid, and they've said that they want to work like the Liverpool owners, and it's all tongue in cheek. It's all talk, isn't it? We don't know. The thing is, even these Saudi Arabian owners, if they potentially come in, what are the plans for the club? You know what I mean? We've heard nothing from anybody. It's just at the minute it's frustrating because we're not hearing anything. I'd love the Premier League or Newcastle United to come out and say something. Luka Jovic, from Real Madrid. He'd be a good signing, to be fair. I don't think he's really been given that chance. He played really well last season for Freiburg or the season before. He got his big move, and listen, at Real Madrid, you either make it or you break it. And I think he's broken his chance, unfortunately. Probably not through no fault of his own. It's just a case of they've got far too many good players, and then they need you to be good straight away, and it just hasn't worked. Andrew, NUFC, who would you prefer to sign, either Rose or Willems? For me, I'll go for Willems. I think he was the most consistent player this season. I thought he was rock solid. I thought he got down the wing very quickly. I thought he read the game really well. He understood how we played. And it just wasn't his fault that he got that injury against Chelsea. I think it was very unfortunate. And he's got desires to come back to the club. He said that. I don't think he's got away from the fact. I think if we've got a takeover, I'd love to get him on a contract. A couple of year contract and see where it goes. Danny Rose, for me, I've got a good feeling he'll go to Leeds. Because Danny Rose he's a Leeds guy, isn't he? So I don't know. I've got a good feeling that Danny Rose will end up going to Leeds. Something thinks he's going to next season. It might be on loan, but who knows? If the takeover is completed, I feel Poch and Newcastle are a match made in heaven. We'll have the money that would be wanted so badly to spend, and he has the undone business in the Premier League. I wouldn't disagree with that. I think Pochettino would be a perfect fit. I think he's got the Premier League experience. He's a young coach, but he's got the European pedigree. He knows what it takes to win. I think he was very, very unlucky at Tottenham. I didn't think he was back properly. If he'd been back properly with better players, then there is talk of if he'd started such and such a player in the final, they might have won it. Listen, they were playing up against Liverpool. They've got a very good squad, and they were unlucky not to win the final the season before, and they've made up for it. So, I think personally, he's definitely. It's an interesting one. I think it's definitely between him and Rafa Benitez. Jody said, to be honest, I'm sick of hearing about the fact that Premier and Newcastle have failed to come in. I wonder what people expect them to say concerning NDAs have been signed. Yeah, mate. Like at the end of the day, it's a difficult one. Oh, we've got another donation from PD Proudlock, another £5 donation. Everybody, please go along and subscribe to PD Proudlock. He's on YouTube. He's on the road to 700 subscribers. So if you can go along and subscribe to PD Proudlock, I'll show you his channel on my phone right now. Just before I get into the rest of the comments, I really do appreciate that £5 donation. That's going to go into better equipment as well. So just want to say thank you to everyone who has actually donated. We just mean the world to us. PD Proudlock, guys, on YouTube. I'll just you can see there he's got 616 subscribers. He's a Newcastle United fan. He talks all things the club. previews, reviews, match day vlogs. He'll be at games next season. Go along, subscribe to him, share the love with a fellow Newcastle United fan, and I'm sure you'd love it. And yeah, push him on now to 700 subscribers. You know, I know how it felt to be a small YouTuber. I am a small YouTuber still, but please just help him on that road to 700 subscribers, and I'm sure he'd thank you for it. And he does a lot of live streams as well. I'm sure he'll be live streaming in the future, so please go along, support him, and give him all that necessary support that he needs to go forward. He's definitely thriving. He's definitely improving, and I've seen real progression in the channel. So please go along, subscribe to his channel, PD Proudlock. Make sure you press that notification bell and make sure that you share the love with Peter. Okay, thank you very much. Anyway, enough of that. Thank you very much, Peter. That £5 donation does really mean the world to us, and it will go into the channel. Once the shops reopen again, I will reinvest that into the channel. So thank you very much once again to everybody so far who has actually donated. Nobody's obliged to, but it really does mean the world to us. Andy, how many players would you keep, and how many? And I would keep 2, Martin Dubravka and Alan St. Maximin. Then I would the rest in the River Tyne. They are crap. For me, I would keep Martin Dubravka. I would keep Jamal Lascelles. I'd keep Isaac Hayden, Fabian Shaw. I would keep Alan St. Maximin. I would keep Almiron. I'd definitely keep the Longstaff brothers. I think we need to get Matty Longstaff on a contract. I think it's vital for our future going forward. I think if we're going to attract big name players and we're going to get our youngsters, our local youngsters getting good, they need to be around better players, and that's why we're hoping for a takeover. We've had a comment from PD Prologue again. Make sure you go along and subscribe to Peter on YouTube. He's doing another live stream on YouTube, so make sure you go along and subscribe to him if you want to be part of his live stream. I'm sure I'll be in there as well, so make sure you do go along and sub, and I'm sure you'd appreciate it. He is trying to get, to 700 subs, and I know how difficult it is for people to subscribe and stuff. So make sure you go along and show him your love and support him, because I think he's a good YouTuber, and he's definitely getting better. I mean, everybody improves in their own way, of course. Jason, you've just put a comment in. I think that's quite an interesting one, actually. Just going to read it out. 1 second, guys. Right, so I don't think Newcastle should have sold Perez to Leicester City. Well, what you've got to understand is you're dealing with Mike Ashley. Mike Ashley sees pound signs. Once Rafa Benitez left the football club and there was no control at the top, listen, Mike Ashley couldn't wait to get rid of what so-called better players. I know Perez was frustrating. He was sort of bad at the start of the season, but turned up at the end of the season to sort of get a move. But I generally thought he was going to get his move to Barcelona or Real Madrid. I thought there was a chance. You might think that was a bit of a deluded comment there, but he was talked about it. I mean, he was the next big thing. He spoke about his admiration for the Newcastle fans. He said he loved the club to bits. And listen, I wish them all the very best. I've got nothing towards Perez. Personally, I thought he was a good servant of the club. I think he gave his all. And I think if you give your all, and you scored, double figures last season along with Rondon, I thought we should at least kept one of them. But listen, Mike Ashley's been down this road before with the players. He buys them cheap and sells them on for more. That's the way Mike Ashley's always been. So when Perez and Rondon had left, listen, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised in the slightest. Let's have a look at the next comment. Will you get Lazaro on a permanent signing? I've not, to be honest with you. It took a while for him to get involved. He obviously got that silly red card, didn't he? Away at Crystal Palace. But I personally don't rate him. I don't think he's any better than what we've got. I really don't. If he was not to be re-signed, I wouldn't be disappointed. I really do think we can do better. The football club, even if Mike Ashley was still here, I think we can do a lot. I really do think we can do a lot better than Lazaro. But that's me. That's my opinion personally. Next question from Joey Ding. Perez supposed he have a release clause, then he came back and scored and was ignorant to the fans and afraid of loss. But we don't know all the facts. You know what I mean? That's the problem. We've got Newcastle Fans TV. Welcome to the stream, Lee, and all you guys at Newcastle Fans TV. Make sure you go along and subscribe to them as well. 1 second, guys. If you haven't subscribed to them, I always like to put them on screen for you. I think they've just hit 22k as well. So, wait there 1 second. If you can see that 22k, go along and subscribe. to Newcastle Fans TV. They do a lot of good content as well on a daily basis, covering the club. Also, make sure you click that subscribe button and push your notification bell. 22k helping to grow in 2020. Their comment was Newcastle had no option to sell Perez. Leicester triggered the close. The club have no say in the matter. Yeah, I think obviously Leicester are going places. Perez obviously wants to go and win something. He's probably looked at Leicester thinking he's got a chance of winning something domestically, maybe an FA Cup or a League Cup, something like that. He's working with better players, no offence to us, but he's working with the likes of Jamie Vardy, Maddison, Thierry Mons, just to name a few players there. They've got quality. And like I say, Newcastle wants to see pound signs, and there's a triggered release clause, and unfortunately he had to go. And I was disappointed to see him go, but listen, I think it was in the pipeline for a long time. We're 2 strikers short of a decent team. I think the current strikers aren't good enough. I think all 4 aren't good enough. I think Joe Linton's he's not for me. Mutu, you could say he's not given a chance, but not good enough. Dwight Gale, okay, but is he really going to get you what you need? Don't know. And then who else have I missed out? Is it Carroll? Listen, no good anymore. I mean, he's better for assisting and that, but he's too injury prone. That's a problem. We need a lot. We need a few strikers in the summer. We really do if we're going to progress. No Perez didn't celebrate his goal, did he? That's the thing when you lose all your better players. So, I mean, he'll obviously feel like he was harshly treated at Newcastle in stages, but who am I to comment? Andy, do you think Martin Dubravka is the best goalkeeper we've ever had? I wouldn't say he's this century. You could say, yeah, he's been brilliant. Obviously, thing is, at the club, we've been blessed with good goalkeepers. We've had the likes of Tim Krul, Shaka Hislop. We've had Shea Given, Pavel Cernicek. You name it. We've had some quality keepers over the years, and that's been our blessed position, I would say. It's just a shame over time that we've had a crap defence up until this point, and we've never really had that striker to maybe just to get over that line of of getting a title of some sort. But no, not to say that Dubravka can't be a legend at this club. Obviously, if we get the takeover, he's definitely going to want to stay. I mean, he's in his 30s now. I think he's at his peak in terms of a keeper. I think he keeps us in games as well. For how hard he works, we would easily be in the relegation zone. I'd hand on heart say that we'd be in the relegation zone. I think he offers a lot to the side. If it wasn't Jamal Lascelles being captain, I think he could easily be captain. He really could be. For me, easily a top 6 goalkeeper. Dubravka. Definitely worth a lot more than we've paid for him. I think we've got a steal there for Dubravka. Let's have a look at the next comment. Captain Jack said, "Stop getting too far ahead of yourselves regarding the takeover. Steve Bruce is manager. Is disrespectful to the club to talk about the manager." Listen, I think fans are always going to get excited. Unfortunately, I think fans are entitled to be excited. I think we're entitled to have. I think fans are first and foremost are entitled to have a say. I understand. Yes, Steve Bruce is in a job. I get that, and he's done a lot better than before. But if a takeover is to come through, I mean, we've got to get excited for better players and better managers. We can't just sit on the fence all the time and just accept mid-table and battling relegation every season. That's not what we're about as a football club. That shouldn't be what we're about as a football club. We're better than that. And Bruce, I understand why he got given the job and why he took it, for a lot of reasons, being a local lad, and he's turned us down before. But was he really given a 3-year contract to stay here for 3 years? Did Mike Ashley really want to build for 3 years? No, I think it was his safety net if he didn't sell the football club. That's my true point of Steve Bruce. I think I didn't want him to start with. I have nothing about Steve Bruce. I'm not being disrespectful towards him. I think he's a nice fella. He's managed in the Championship, but that's where he belongs. He's not. I don't know. I don't see him as a 3-year contract. I don't. But every fan will differ. Every fan will have a different opinion of Steve Bruce. I think he's done a lot better than I thought. But he's that sort of manager. You keep you up and then you'd relegate you the next season. Kenny Wilshire. End of the day. Oh no, I want Poch. Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be Poch or Rafa Benitez for me. They're the 2 main ones that'll come back. I'd love to see Rafa. I'd love to see a reunion, but Pochettino for me, yeah, it'd be exciting. At the end of the day, Bruce will get a good. You'll get a payoff. What I would love to see with Steve Bruce, right, is to see him win something. Imagine the man who was never wanted wins the FA Cup. You know, if he's going to walk out of Newcastle, if he's going to end his managerial career, imagine what a good send-off you would get if he wins the FA Cup. And then wouldn't that just be strange to see Mike Ashley leaving the club and he wins an FA Cup? Mike Ashley wins a trophy. He said, I will leave Newcastle United if we win something. Now, of course, we're not going to win Champions League. But if he wins the FA Cup, that's classed as winning something if the season can get up and run again. But I'm not saying we're going to win it. But while we're still in it, there's a chance. Real big chance. Just imagine the guy who was never wanted wins the FA Cup. He proves everybody wrong. Let's have a look at the next one. Guys, if you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel and make sure you turn your notification bell on. Also, press the thumbs up on the video or give it a rating. Let us know how you feel about it. I will be doing another live stream next week as well at about 8 o'clock on Saturday. So if you want to come back in the stream and chat all things Newcastle, fingers crossed we could hear news on the takeover. Hopefully it's positive rather than negative. Just Boy 13, which two we stay strong in our team? Which two player we need? Can you sort of redo that sentence again, please, if you don't mind, just so I can get a better understanding of what you mean there, and then I can answer your question. Guys, I will be streaming for like another 50 minutes, so you've got time if you want to come in. Actually, you know what it is? If there's anybody watching the stream right now, okay, and you want to chat with me, I've got 50 minutes left. 50 minutes. And if you want to chat with me live, I'll put a link in now. Don't be shy. If you want to talk for 5-10 minutes, you know, it'd be great. It'd be great to have you on board. Let's paste that in the chat. And we'll see where that goes. There you go, guys. There's a link. So if you want to, if you're asking for what two players I'd like to see to announce a takeover, Koulibaly for me, the defence to link up with Jamal Lascelles, I think that would be perfect. But where's his intentions? You know, how much would Napoli sell for if the takeover came through? And Timo Werner for me, I think he would be the ideal striker that would. What I like about Timo Werner is he reads the game very well. He's quick, he's pacey, strong. For me, he's anyone's dream striker at the minute. You know what he's doing at Leipzig, he's doing absolute bits. He's doing bits for Leipzig at the minute. Unreal. There's a video on here on the second team coming home after 3-0 defeat in the cup, 100,000 of cheering. That's what it's all about. Just want to see Newcastle lift something. It'd be amazing. I know the championship wasn't too bad, but I don't know. I just think the championship title is a bit. It's tin pot. It's not really what we're about. It was good memories for the championship, but you know you're defined by winning domestic titles. You know you're defined by winning domestic trophies. You know whether that be FA Cup, League Cup. Let's have a look. We've got someone in the stream. Let's have a look.
Hello, Shoggy. Can you hear us? Hello, can you hear us?
I don't know where he is, but are you there, Niv?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear us?
Go on. I think he's disappeared. Don't know what's going on. I can't quite get you in, Nathan, unfortunately, but you can always try again. If you're in the stream as well for the first time, who would you like to see as the Newcastle manager? Who would you like to see in charge of the football club? If there was a takeover, you know, is there any managers out there that we haven't spoken about? You know, for example, George Jesus from, you know, Flamengo. You could talk about Eddie Howe. We could talk about Sean Dyche. You could talk about Nigel Nagelsmann. I think we're talking about. Is there anybody in a job who we'd like to see? You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be the ones that we've spoken about. What would your ambitions be of a takeover? Would you expect instant success, or would you be like myself? Would you like to see slow progression? I think for me, the bigger one is slow progression. So yeah, guys, I'll be streaming for another 45 minutes, and then I'll call it a wrap for the night. So if you want to chat, there's a link just at the bottom. If we could talk all things TOON. It's been quite a good stream actually tonight. It's been quite calm. Not compared to last week. Plenty of errors. Loads to learn from, of course. Probably not the quickest connection, but yeah. Just Boy said the Barcelona ex-manager. Are you talking about is it Valverde? I think that's what we're talking about. Bo Morty, an old Spurs boss. George Hayes, who said he's not interested. Well, I think it's because he had a plan, didn't he, with Flamengo? But then I heard reports, if I'm not, it was about an hour ago, saying that he would be interested in a move to Newcastle in terms of manager if the project's right. So I wouldn't rule George Jesus out. I think he is definitely a good coach. He done well for Benfica. He played up against us in the Europa League, so I definitely wouldn't turn him down. Donny van den Beek is one hell of a player. We should definitely get him. Brilliant player. Yeah, he is. He's a quality player. I mean, some of the players that Ajax bring through their academy is amazing. Like some of their players that they can just sell on for like huge fees. It must be exciting to be an Ajax fan, but at the same time, it must be very frustrating because, you know, they got to the Champions League final. Fair enough, they got there on merit, not because they had a good side, but because they played good football. It just must be frustrating that they're losing some of their better players for big money, and they can't really do much more in terms of Europa League, Champions League. They can never like win things like that. They can win that league, but it must be very, very frustrating. Then again, similar to us, we sold Andy Carroll for 35 million quid, Kabay, Ben Arfa, Cisse, the list goes on. Wijnaldum, Sissoko, Perez. Cheers for reading my comments. I hope this takeover does happen, but we are being here before. I won't get excited until it's official. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I think, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I've always been 50-50 with it. I think we could talk about it while it's still active, but if it doesn't go through, we can't be shocked. Like, I'm not going to sit here and start crying or getting all angry about it because, listen, any news that we get in the minute could be good news. There's no flags. There's no negative news to say that it's officially closed up. There's no deal. In a minute, I think we're going to have to stay patient. I've always said if for a takeover to go through, it's going to happen at the end of May. That might sound like a long time, but listen, if we get good news, in 3 weeks, then for me, that's 3 weeks well worth waiting for. That's the way I look at it. Andrew NUFC, do you reckon Mancini, Sharky? I think Mancini's a good manager. I think he done really well with Manchester City, then obviously kind of fell apart, didn't it? He's doing a good job at Italy, if I'm not wrong. They've qualified for the Euros. You definitely do a job at the TOON. I mean, given the backing that the Man City owners gave him, that's not to say that the same couldn't happen with us. But with Mancini as well, obviously, I know he's sort of got a problem with sort of big names as well. Obviously, you had that problem with Balotelli, the Snoo. I wouldn't rule him out. I certainly wouldn't rule Mancini out. I think he could do a job at Newcastle, I really do. But where's he at with, Italy? I mean, if we're to get Mancini, it has to be a big offer. But does he want to do something with Italy, in the Euros? Does he believe Italy could win the Euros? You know what I mean? Like, what's his plans for them? Difficult one, isn't it? It's a real difficult one. Guys, just while it's a bit quiet, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. It's free of charge. And also make sure you're smashing that like button. Follow me on social media, Instagram and Twitter. 100% NUFC. I want to try and grow the channel as I do. Jason Harwood, would you like to see Townsend back at the club? If Mike Ashley's still here, then yes. But if Mike Ashley's gone, then no. I think we could do a lot better than that. I think there's definitely real potential to, to really get better players in. So just going to have to wait and see on that one. I would definitely have a look at him in the summer. He can't be any worse than that, to put it that way. Because of lockdown, is the FA actually meeting? I don't know what's going on behind the scenes because we're only getting so much information at the minute. Obviously, we had the Premier League and the EFL. They had their meetings yesterday, and they couldn't really come to an agreement of trying to cancel the league. They want to try and get the games to go ahead at some point in neutral grounds, but how they're going to do that, I'll never know. I mean, the fact of Newcastle United versus Sheffield United being played at Leicester City Stadium, that's beyond me. That I don't understand. I really don't understand that. But listen, I'm not the powers to be. It's up to them what they want to do. I think if we're in the same situation by June, I could just see the Premier League completely voiding the season. I really do. I just don't think it would be right to be playing the season in July and August when you know you've got a new season to start up and you've got the Euros, starting next year. For me, it just wouldn't make any sense. The Premier League and the EFL, they need to grow a pair of balls and make a decision. It's getting to the point now where I'm getting so frustrated with it. Good point, Sharky. He might have found his dream job in managing Italy, also with the Euros next year. Exactly, like I said the same with Rafa. I got asked about it. Do you think Rafa Benitez could manage with Spain one day? Quite possibly. He's at clubs. Spain, could be a temptation for Rafa Benitez. In the future, Pochettino could go with Argentina. This is why managers manage clubs at club level to try and gain that reputation to manage their international countries where they associate. So, yeah, I think Italy's definitely a good appointment for Mancini. But if there was to be a project in Newcastle and something was in place, but I just don't think we'll get him straight away. I think if something went wrong with the first manager, if a deal was to go through, you'd have to look at Mancini next year. But there's so many ifs and buts at the minute. With this takeover and this potential new manager and all that. Steve Bruce, still being in a job. Obviously, at the minute we're left in the dark because nobody's actually saying anything. That's the most important. We need something from the Premier League and we need something from the club. Just to give out a short mini statement and say where you're at. White Trout Channel said curveball and saying Wenger has been linked in the past. I think you'll be that sort of man who you put maybe in the background, someone who understands what it takes to bring in better players. I think he's done in management personally. I mean, is that me going over the top? But I think Wenger's done now. I'm sure they have a lot more on their plate than our takeover. Just sit back and relax. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, try and sort out how they're going to get players training. Never mind getting football back. Players are scared to even train. Aguero. He come out and said it. He said he wasn't too keen on training with Manchester City. Listen, I just don't know how they're going to go ahead and do it. I would hate to be the Premier League or the EFL right now making this decision because it must be one of the hardest decisions I think they've ever had to do. Thing is as well, like what happens to fan season tickets? Do they get refunded? I think it's the right thing to do. There's a lot that needs to be done at this moment in time. But yeah, Nagelsmann, I think he'd be a good appointment, but whether he make the swap from Leipzig to Newcastle, that remains to be seen. I'd love to see it though. It would definitely show a state of ambition because he's quite a calm manager, but he knows he demands a lot from his side. And if I'm not wrong, he beat Spurs in the Champions League this season as well, which they progressed. Let's have a look. So Jonathan Young said Premier League are in the process of doing their relevant checks. These things take time. I agree. We just need to be patient. Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's the most important thing. Patience. I've said at the end of the day, we need to wait and see what happens. If it happens at the end of May, it happens at the end of May. If it happens in the middle of the month, it happens in the middle of the month. If it happens tomorrow or whatever, it happens tomorrow. If it happens next week, it happens next week. But I think patience is the main thing. I think it could be the best waiting game I think we've ever had to make at this moment in time. If supporting the club in my time anyway, finally getting someone with some money who's actually going to take the club to the next level. I'm not a one who just wants to buy titles. I want to see gradual success. Top 10, top 7, top 4. It's possible. Dembele from Lyon will be good. Let's have a look at the next one. This could be an interesting question. Do you think Amanda Staveley is a very hot lady? She is. I'm not going to lie. Amanda Staveley's hot. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say she's not. Let's have a look at the next one. A million times better looking than Mike Ashley. I think anybody's better looking than Mike Ashley. I don't even think I like to look at his face, to be fair. would you take any of these managers who turned us down in the summer? I can't even remember what managers actually turned us down, to be honest with you. It's been, summer was last year, it's past. You can let us know these managers who turned us down, and I'll definitely answer your question, mate. I'm just going to, I am obviously still going to be streaming for another 40 minutes. I'll put another link in if anybody wants to chat. I know I'll try to get someone in before, but something happened to his connection, so I'll definitely put... I'll put another link in as well, so you can, if one of you want to chat, if any of you want to come in for maybe 10, 15 minutes, you're more than welcome. You don't have to, but I'll put another link in. By the way, guys, it's been a good live stream. I've really enjoyed it, getting your guys' opinions on it. I've just seen Mohammed bin Salman in the Broadway Chippy and Blythe. He says he's here to buy the tuna and some chips. Mate, I'd love to see it. Send him over my address if you want. I'll get him some chips. He buys Newcastle, I'll buy him some chips. Let's have a look at the next one. Fair point. My cat left something in next doors from Gordon, and it looked better than Mashley. Oh, just the thought of looking at Mike Ashley's face, just... I wish, do you know what? I wish I could just punch him in the face. Honestly, I wish I could just punch Mike Ashley straight in the face. But there we go. I'm only joking. But I'm sure there's a lot of fans that will probably do the same thing. Gerrard, Arsenal guy, Mourinho, etc. Gerrard, I think it'll come too soon for him. I think he needs a bit more championship. A bit like what Lampard did with Derby to get his move to Chelsea. Obviously, famous player, isn't he? You know, he's a Chelsea legend. I think Gerrard needs to work his way into the championship, work his way up. I think he's too good for the SPL, to be honest, but he needs that trophy. He's definitely a manager who's got real potential of winning things, you know, in his career. He's a winner, isn't he? So Mourinho, he's got a project going on at Tottenham. Couldn't say it personally. I know he does say a lot of nice things about the club, and I won't take that away from him, but I think he's moved to Tottenham. I think he's with a new ground. I think it sort of fits for him. Stevie G needs to cut his teeth first. Let's have a look at the next one. Everyone subscribe to him to it so his channel can grow for next season. Yeah, exactly. If everybody wants to subscribe to the channel and help us out, I am less than 150 subscribers away from 3K. So if you can go along and subscribe, it's free to watch the channel. Even if you don't like it, if you want to unsubscribe in the future, it would just be great to grow the channel. So we're not far away from 2,900. We're growing really well. Also, there'll be more live streams next weekend as well. So we're not just going to do the odd couple of live streams. I'm going to try and make it a regular thing. So don't worry about that. We're going to keep growing. Didn't we only get Bruce because everybody else turned us down? Yeah, that's the way I look at Steve Bruce, unfortunately. He got the job not because of his name. He got it because nobody else wanted the job, because nobody's willing to work under Mike Ashley, and you don't blame them really because there's no ambition, there's no direction, but better players get sold. Yes, we've got the fan base, I get that, but Steve Bruce, you know, I think Mike Ashley wasn't that. You know, local lad, Steve Bruce, from the area, he's going to try and buy people to go into the ground, and fair play. You know, from a financial point of view, he's brought people back with a half-season tickets going for free, but that was never, ever going to tempt me back. You know, I just think for the full season, I said from day one, it was around June, July, I made the decision to boycott the season. I'm not giving him 600 quid, you know, to spunk up the wall. I can't do it. I'll go back next season because hopefully it's a new start, regardless of who's in charge. But I didn't go back for the fact of what happened to Benitez. I wasn't happy with the timing. For me, that it was a timing that hurt me more than anything. You know, Bruce is in the door. Let's get with free season tickets in. Oh, no, pay for your season ticket, not a chance. Saudis could sort Mike Ashley out. Oh, definitely. Public beheading. Let's have a look at the next one. Let's have a look. So, White Trout Channel. Is Brucey bashing wrong? The fella has us 13th, and we're all honestly get one good keeper and two decent outfield players in Miggy and Maxi. The thing is with Bruce, I get it. He's done a good job. I'll give him. He's done a good job, and he has changed the formation. But how long did it take Steve Bruce to get that formation changed? It took him a long time. If he had changed it a lot earlier when the fans were calling out, I mean, I went to Leicester City away and we lost 5-0. For me, that's the worst away day I've ever done. Nice stadium, by the way, but I'm not going to Leicester for the stadium. I want to go there and see something happen. You know, the passion from our fans was unreal. You know, 4-5-0 down and we're still singing at full time. Bruce didn't even come along and clap the fans off. You know, it was just Jamal Lascelles. I mean, absolute disgrace. It's just, personally, I think he's tactically inept. It sounds harsh to say, I really do. I just don't think he's really what we are. I just don't think he's right for the club. I don't get us wrong. I like Bruce as a person. Nothing against him, but he's just not. Nah, he's just. I just think we can always do better. I really do. When I seen Rafa come into the club, I just felt there was something there. I felt like we could potentially do something. It's Ashley's last chance. If actually wanting to do something, you know, if we build from the Championship and get into that top 10 in the Premier League, which could have happened this season if Rafa was back. But the minute he let Rafa go, I just think enough was enough. And I think Bruce is coming at the wrong time. Not his fault that he's taken the job. You know, we are an attractive club, I get it, but cheap option was never really. I don't think he was ever really a 3-year contract guy. I think he was given the 3-year contract because he's cheap. He doesn't cost as much as Rafa, and he doesn't demand as much as Rafa. I think Mike Ashley's just happy that Bruce is in the job, and Bruce is happy just to be here. He's happy just to be in that dugout, the dugout he's always wanted to be in for the past 10, 15 years, which he's now finally got his chance. But Steve Bruce doesn't really wow us. He doesn't really give us a sort of motivation to think, oh, yeah, we're really going to do something. FA Cup, you could say, but if we go out the FA Cup, it's back to square one, isn't it? Like, oh, we don't really want him. Danny Rose or Jethro Willems? For me, I think I answered that question. I'll go with Jethro Willems. I think he's had a fantastic season up until the Chelsea game. It wasn't his fault he got injured, but I think he read the game really well. I think he's somebody we wanted. He was strong, very good on the ball, can get forward, can make something happen. I want someone who's strong and powerful, and he gave us that. If I'm not wrong, I thought Jethro was exciting. I thought he was in a real excitement player to watch. I think he gave us something different. I don't think Lazaro's really an upgrade, unfortunately. I don't think Bentaleb's been a really good signing. Maybe I'm just being overcritical, but I don't know. I think if you're saying Danny Rose over Jethro Willems, and that, for me, Jethro Willems is the one I'd want. I've got a good feeling, though, because Danny Rose is a Leeds lad. I could see him go to Leeds United next season. Danny Rose just doesn't look match fit. I just don't know how he copes. Also, I would say this season, he's been very inconsistent so far for us. I've not really been impressed. I think Rafa had nowhere to go when he took us on, then he left for the money. I don't know. I think Rafa was definitely in for bigger jobs. There was clubs out there for him. I think he felt Newcastle was a sleeping giant, big stadium. He felt, obviously, when we got relegated, you know, there was a chance of getting promoted back into the Premier League. Yes, obviously, we're favourites to get promoted because we're the big name, not guaranteed, but we did it. But for me, I just felt with Rafa, he felt there was a plan in place that if he was to get us back in the Premier League, a couple of mid-table finishes this season, let's look to build. Let's build for the future. Let's not be that club that just accepts the table and accepts just staying in the Premier League. I think there's so much more from this club. I think it's got real potential. Like, you just don't know what you could do with this club if you put some money into it. And once the fans back the team, it filters onto the pitch, and the players always reap off that. They do well, they play well, and I don't know. I think when people say we're a sleeping giant, I do agree with that. I just think we just need the right people in charge. Now, on Saudi Arabia, people are going to be a success if they were to buy the club. That isn't always a guarantee. Nothing is a guarantee in football. There's no guarantee that they're going to come in and plough loads of money, and there's no guarantee that they're going to give a long-term success. Fingers crossed, it's what you want. You know, are the decisions going to be correct when they come in for managers and players? Definitely not. There's going to be mistakes made along the way. Same with Ashley, but his evidence. I just want, with these new owners, if they come in, fingers crossed, I want to see the club kick on and be better than what it is. You know, you see a lot of fans up and down the country. They say, you know, you're a big club. You know, you're that sleeping giant. You've got real potential. Don't get us wrong. I love all of that. I do love that. A lot of fans do have a lot of time for the club, but we get made scapegoat out of because Mike Ashley doesn't show the same ambition as the fans. He doesn't keep up better players, and he basically just spits all over the fans. That's all he does. And you got Lee Charnley up there. He doesn't speak to the fans. There's no communication. When there's none of that, like, I just don't know how you progress. I really don't. I mean, Derek Bias, no footballing knowledge. Moat, another one, no footballing knowledge. Lee Charnley, I think he's been at the club for about 20 years. What's he done? He doesn't speak. Honestly, doesn't speak. Let's have a look at the next comment. I remember Rafa taking a while to twig onto a winning formation. I do agree he hasn't the wow factor, and he was bad from not applauding away fans. It was actually what he did expect. I think with Rafa, I think he was passionate for the club. I think he was passionate for the fans. You could see it every game, home and away. He would go along and clap the fans. It really did mean the world to him. The support he was getting. And yes, he was the big name, which was the biggest manager we've ever had. Since Mike Ashley's been owner of the football club. But I just think Mike Ashley, I think he fobbed him off in a sense. I just don't think, when Rafa come into the Premier League, I wasn't expecting Rafa Benitez to change his ways in terms of his defensive football. I wasn't expecting him to attack the Premier League, because if he attacks it, it will get relegated. Then it's not a really good sense of direction, is it? I think we need it to be defensive. I think we need it to show that, we're still a promoted side. We'll have to build our own way. Yes, now we can start expressing ourselves a bit more. Now this is our third season in the Premier League, but I just don't think Rafa was really allowed to express himself. I really don't, and I stand by that. I don't think he was backed properly, and I just believe there's unfinished business, and I just think he's got everything that it takes to want to win something, and I would trust Rafa with money. I would trust him with Rafa. If Rafa got given a couple of 100 million, I would trust him. I really would. It might take a while for him to deliver a trophy, but with Rafa, I think there's definitely some sort of trust there. I think there's some sort of connection. I feel the connection towards Rafa because I know he wants to win something, and he definitely wants to win something at this football club. I could just read Rafa's body language. He wanted to win something, and he was saying in his interview for Dalian Yafang when he got the job, he just wasn't happy. Like, and you look at the statement and that, I feel so sorry for the bloke. I really do. Yes, he wasn't. Granted, he's not everybody's cup of tea. Pochettino would be a great appointment, but if there was a chance of Rafa or anyone like that, you'd take him. The best thing with Rafa was he only wanted players who wanted to play for us. Yeah, like Rafa, for me, wanted players who was going to give their all for the club, who was going to black and white shirt on a Tuesday night, down in Burton or whatever, in the Championship or in the Premier League, who were just going to roll their sleeves and play. And that's why he was so defensive, because he wanted to build something from the back. He wanted to build the squad so it can kick on and potentially do something. I think I don't know, like I was quite sad, I think, when he walked away, because I just think, it's sort of 3 years that you're back, and it's sad to say that he won the Championship in that time. And of course, I'm glad Rafa stayed and he won the Championship, but that's 3 years of false promises to Rafa Benitez for me. I think, in 3 years he's not going to get back in management where he could have went to another club and he could have won something domestically. I don't know. It's like I say, the Rafa situation is gonna divide opinion, and I understand where people are coming from. Yeah, some people are saying Pochettino will be a good appointment if you want that fresh start, if you want that winner mentality. Someone who's going to bark out instructions, someone who's going to set up in a way where we're going to attack. I think Rafa, yes, the thing is with Rafa, he's got the trophies, but it's not something that Pochettino can't replicate. I think Pochettino can definitely win a trophy. I really do think he can do something, but the project has to be right. That's the way I look at it. I've heard that the company want bankrolls. His Chinese team has pulled out funding. Yeah, that's what I heard. I think there was a shirt sponsor with Dalian Yifan over in China, and apparently funding's now gone, and he's struggling, isn't he? He's struggling for any sort of funding to get Dalian Yifan to win trophies. The thing is, with the reason we got more for Rafa over Pochettino, as much I'd love to see Pochettino, by the way, not ruling him out, was definitely my second choice. But I think with Rafa, I think he was Amanda Staveley's choice. Amanda Staveley wants Rafa Benitez. So if that's true, and rumours ought to be true, then I think Rafa for me is a no-brainer. I think you get bums on seats. You could say the same for Pochettino. You could say the same for a Kevin Keegan, but I think Rafa would definitely get a lot of fans back. Even if you didn't get Kevin Keegan in, or you had Kevin Keegan in the background, I don't know. I just think Rafa's a perfect fit. I still think you get bums on seats. I really do. Why would you want Poch when he's telling everybody he wants to go back to Spurs? Well, this is the question. This is the thing. When I was watching his BT Sport interview the other day, he said his intentions are to go back to Tottenham. And for me, that doesn't really fill me with any confidence that he really wants to do anything at Newcastle. That sort of tells me that his heart's not in it. He's still devastated after, not being able to achieve what he wanted to achieve at Tottenham. Granted, Tottenham are obviously still going to attract decent managers, but could I see him going back to Tottenham in the future? I wouldn't rule it out. But for Newcastle, I think you'd only go to Newcastle for big money. You'd only go to our club for big money, and that's a shame. But that's the way it is, unfortunately. But I don't know. The interview didn't really fill me with any confidence. I think Rafa, for me, he stands out. He wants to be in the club. He wants to be here. I only want somebody managing the club who actually wants to be here. Someone who actually wants to win something. You know what I mean? Wants to win games. What's the point wasting 90 million on Pochettino if he's going to waste money and not have the heart in it? I'm not saying he can't do a job, but that interview doesn't fill me with any confidence. Sorry, let's just Poch, Pep, or Klopp. We're going to have to coin for. Well, we're going to have to pay big money, to get these people in. I think there's another similar comment as well about Pochettino, and I think I've already said the same thing. Pochettino only telling Spurs fans what they want to hear. The thing is with Pochettino, I think he was harshly sacked. I think he wasn't backed correctly. I mean, Tottenham done well to get to the Champions League final. I thought they played really well to get there, and they battled really well against Ajax. Certain decisions probably got made for that starting 11, but I think with Tottenham, I don't know. I think Daniel Levy's a bit of a greedy chairman. I don't think he's really a bit like Mike Ashley. Doesn't like to spend that much, and obviously he's trying to bring in younger players in to try and get them good to sell them on for more down the line. I don't know. I think Pochettino he's done really well. I think he's in the Premier League. He's definitely grown his image. He's grown his name. I mean, what he did with Southampton was brilliant. 3 points above the relegation zone, kept them up, progressed them Southampton, and then he progressed Tottenham. I mean, says it all, doesn't it? Really. I'd love to see if Pochettino comes in, he has to be in it to do the job, to win something. Not, I want to go back to Tottenham. Because for me, if that's the case, then he needs to go elsewhere. He needs to go to a Real Madrid or another club in the overseas. Let's have a look at the next one. Remember Ashley's first statement in the new owner report, Spurs. The rest is history. Yeah, I heard he's a Spurs fan, isn't he? He's got a bit of a connection there, obviously. It would just be fitting, wouldn't it, Mike Ashley and Spurs? If it wasn't for Daniel Levy, for me that would be fitting. Tottenham wouldn't be where they are, but listen, difference with Daniel Levy and difference with Mike Ashley. Daniel Levy put some money into a stadium, along with the rest of the owners at Spurs. They put investment into the ground. Look what they've got now. They've got the best facilities in the Premier League, up there with Manchester City. A state-of-the-art stadium, everything that you need in a football club. And Mike Ashley, what's he done in 13 years? Nothing. Absolutely bugger all. And the results in the places where we're finishing in the league, that replicates, the mismanagement from Mike Ashley. He knows he's gone wrong. He knows he's been poorly advised. But the thing is, at the end of the day, he's owner, and he's just taken the money and he's used it for himself, for his own personal gain. And that's why we've not seen the results on the pitch. So really, it's Rafa. That's what I'm thinking. I just think what really adds up to the Rafa link is the fact I think he's wanted by Amanda Staveley, and if you're wanted by Amanda Staveley, if that's true, and they've built that relationship, then for me, it would make perfect sense to bring him back. At the end of the day, you don't go from Rafa Benitez to Steve Bruce. I mean, what club takes a backward step to go from Rafa Benitez to Steve Bruce? No offense to Bruce in any way, but that's like going from Pep Guardiola to Neil Warnock in Manchester City. Pep Guardiola and Neil Warnock, like, who does that? That's like going from Jurgen Klopp to Sean Dyche. Like, what? Honestly, Mike Ashley, he baffles me. He really does. Yeah, I've just seen a comment here as well. Pochettino has a point to prove. Well, if the thing is, he has got a point to prove, but if he's hot in it, after reading the interview, I'm not too sure. Jason Harwood, Rafa Benitez was the best manager we've had since Bobby Robson. I totally agree. I think he's like the shoestring budget, the championship. It's not easy, by the way, to get out of the championship. And yes, we did it the hard way, winning the league against Brighton. But just because you're a big club doesn't mean that you're going to instantly come out with the championship. Aston Villa didn't come out straight away. You know, you've had Leeds, they've been in the championship for been outside the Premier League for a good 17 years. Not an easy thing to do. Let's have a look at the next comments. By the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed, please help us out and subscribe. I'm less than 50 subscribers away now from 2,900. I want to try and get 3,000 by July, if that's possible. That's only possible if you guys subscribe, of course. Hit the like button as well. Share this stream with your friends. I will be streaming next Saturday at 8 o'clock. Ronaldo, he wants to go back to Spurs to prove it. Ronaldo at Spurs. Might have a good stadium, but Ronaldo at Spurs? I mean, he's just recently gone to Juventus. David Waller, the Newcastle takeover, mate, honestly, I have absolutely no idea. I think for now, it's a case of be patient. The Premier League are going through their checks. We just need to hope that he sells. I think it's the right time to do it. Just sell it. You know, he's got no interest in putting any investment into the club, so just give it to somebody who's actually going to invest in the future. Don't just, you know, take the Premier League money and run. Just greed, defined by greed. Yeah, and obviously I'm not getting too excited about it, but you know, you've got to be optimistic, haven't you? Let's have a look at the next one. All right, you're okay. Fair dues. So I will be streaming for another 15 minutes. So if you've got any last questions you want to ask us, if there's anything you want to talk about regarding the club, the takeover, my opinions on it, and the manager's situation, you just want to talk about the Premier League, the EFL, let us know all that in the comments. 15 minutes, guys. So just to let you know, now we'll be making a wrap for the night, and I will be live streaming next Saturday at 8 o'clock. But I'll try and get some content out next week in between as well. So there'll be stuff for you to enjoy and to watch as well. So yeah, just to let you know, just less than 15 minutes, and I'll be making a wrap for it. So just if you haven't put any comments in and you've got any last things to say, please let us know. Otherwise, yeah. Just to say, it's been a pleasure as well. I think he's been great. And thanks to everybody as well who's donated. Anybody who's donated to the live stream tonight as well, thank you very much. It's always massively appreciated. And all of that donation will go into the channel once all the shops open and I can get out and get the correct equipment as well. So thank you very much. All right, so we've got another comment coming in. Yeah, just to let you know, guys, got less than 15 minutes, and then I'm going to make a wrap for it. Jonathan Young, Poch is perfect for what we need with the new owners, a long-term project, building a team to be able to compete for a European place in the next 2 to 3 years' time. Like I say, if he's given the correct tools to work with, if he's given the right players to work with, if we get rid of the right players, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but there needs to be a lot of promises in place. There needs to be a foundation in place as well. I think the most important thing is to grow the academy, not just to bring in some good players. You want to keep the foundation of the club alive. You know what I mean? You want to be able to work with the academy as well. I think that's the most important thing. You know, you've seen it with Shearer, you've seen it with Beardsley, you've seen it with Paul Dummett, the two Longstaff brothers. Anything's possible. What players do we need? Players that are better than what we've got. Strikers for a start. A winger to replace Atsu. We definitely need to work on the right back position as well. Can we get Williams back in? Possibly. I wouldn't rule him out. What about the lack of credits around St James's Park to previous players, managers like Joe Harvey? I've always said Joe Harvey should be given a statue, because he is our history. He is the guy who won us not our FA Cups, and if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't really have a history like we've got now. So you know, if it was my way, I wouldn't just give him a plaque. He deserves a statue right next to where it is, next to him. Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Let's have a look at this. I would definitely try and look to read that, but yeah, I'm sure it's positive. Let's have a look at the next one. Good show, more whiners calling. Yeah. Yeah, like I say, hashtag cans. I'd like to know what everyone's drinking tonight. If you're still drinking, it's 10 to 12 on Saturday night. It's been a good stream. I've really enjoyed your companies. It's been brilliant. Probably not as busy as last week, but I think everyone's sort of just sitting impatient. I think that's the right thing to do. Not as busy. Let's have a look at the next one, next comment. But yeah, like I say, thank you very much, guys, for making the stream what it has been tonight. Honestly, your support is absolutely unbelievable. If you haven't, by the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed already to the channel, like I say, I do a lot of content as well. There's plenty on the channel that I've done over the week. There's the Newcastle United takeover. 20 reasons why Mike Ashley should sell Newcastle United. The potential, should Steve Bruce keep his job? You know, who's favourite for the job? The top 5 managers. I've got a stream from last week as well. I've got a video on the Omsi International. Yeah, there's so much on the channel that you can enjoy, you know, over the next week as well. So if you haven't told your friends about the channel, just let them know as well. I am trying to grow all the time, so that will be amazing. Let's have a look. So the owner needs to sign Matt a new contract. I think Matt Ritchie's already got a new contract, if that's who you're talking about. Whoever comes in as manager is going to be an improvement. Anything's better than Steve Bruce. Anything is better than Steve Bruce, put it that way. And that's no offense. I just think we could do a lot better. I really do. Let's have a look. Miguel Delaney is a nuisance. Yeah, I think he's irrelevant. He's a bit like Richard Keys. Listen, I think the way I look at it, they've all got their own opinions. I mean, a lot of people are hate on Newcastle. That's fine. You're well within your own opinions. But for me, I just focus on the positive news if there's any. You know, like at this moment in time, the deal's not dead. Nobody's pulled out. There's no red flags. So for me, just take it day by day. Really, take it week by week. That's what I do. Anything at the minute is positive news. I don't listen to these guys. You know, I listen to the right people. For that for now. So yeah, guys, we've got like another 8 minutes. So if you want to put any more last questions in, otherwise, yeah, that'll be a wrap in the next 8 minutes, and I'll do me ending stuff that I have to do. But like I say, we've been going for a good 4 hours, and it's been brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Everybody's talking to me, you know, for everyone who's been in the stream tonight, Peter, Dean, Lawrence. Has there been anybody else? I don't think there has. Peter. Anyway, everyone who's been in tonight, thank you very much. Honestly, it really does mean the world. And if you are watching this stream back, it will be available on Sunday as of at any point. So they'll hate us even more if a takeover goes through. And I couldn't care less. Who hates us. You know, listen, if we get a takeover, we're going to get a lot of haters from all clubs. It'll be Chelsea, City, Liverpool. They'll all hate us. That's fine. At the end of the day, right? If we're winning titles, who cares what other people think? Who cares? Honestly, if we're winning titles, right, and we're making a name for ourselves, and we're getting what we deserved for the 13 years of lost time, then for me, I don't care what people say. You know, if I go around caring what other people say, then I think there's something marvelous. But you know what? If there's any club, right, that deserves a takeover, it's us. It really is us. If there's any fans that have suffered the most, it's us. You know, we deserve a takeover. But don't get us wrong. I'm not saying we demand to win trophies. We just want to see a team that tries. You know, we demand a team that tries on the pitch. We want to see the team be a lot better than what it is now. I think there's real potential. I've always said the club has got real potential. People who look at Newcastle United, any owners, any foreign owners, whoever, if they look at our club and they think, if they just look at us on a match day, they'll just look at the stadium, they look at the city, and the buzz, the passion. Listen, we don't even have to sell ourselves. The evidence is on a match day. Gallagher flags. I mean, I miss all of that. If we can get Gallagher flags back, that'll be amazing. I'd love to see Gallagher flags back, but it's only going to happen if we can get Mike Ashley out of the football club. Main thing is Mike Ashley is gone. Anything else is a bonus. That's exactly kind of it. I couldn't put that better myself. Literally, for now, the short-term target is to get rid of Mike Ashley, get him out of this football club, get Lee Charnley out, get all of the dross out, anybody who doesn't have an association with the club, and let's restart from scratch. That's the most important thing of any takeover. Restarting from scratch, getting the right chairman in, getting the right people in, getting the right scouts in, getting the right players in, getting the training facilities sorted out. There's a lot that needs to be done, but it won't be a quick fix. I can promise you that. If we get a takeover, it's not a quick fix. But there's a lot that needs to be done at this football club. And listen, we've had 13 years of neglect. 13 years of neglect. You know, that's well over a decade of football gone that we're never going to see back. And the club is just being neglected. We're being put in the news for the wrong reasons. We're being embarrassed as a fan base. You know, I could go on for all the mistakes Mike Ashley's made. You know, sports director Rena. I could talk about, you know, Wonga. I could talk about Shiraz Bar being renamed. I could talk about the club shop. I could talk about everything that Mike Ashley's done wrong with this football club. The constant lies, the fact he's actually taking season ticket money for next season from fans who can't afford it, man. We're in a pandemic and he's taking money away from fans who can't afford it. There's fans who are losing jobs and he's gone and taken the money. Like, why? Why be so selfish? Why be so arrogant and take money from fans where they can't even... The thing is, we can't even go back to see the game this season, never mind next season. Honestly, it's just money on the brain. And there's a difference between being money on the brain and investing it into the football club or being money on the brain and not putting the money in. That's Mike Ashley. He's the second option. He doesn't care. He's lucky he's got our fan base. Otherwise, he would have been gone years ago. But like I say, our fans don't quit. We may get laughed at for continuing to support the club, but by us going to support the club, we're doing the right thing. We're showing we're not a plastic club. 52,000 fans every home game. You know, the away grounds are all packed out. We are not a plastic club. We are a passionate, big football club that has just seen hard times for over a decade. It's just seen hard times. And laters, mate. Good stream. Hope it all goes through. Thanks very much, mate. Good night. Safe day. Hope to see you back soon on the channel. I will be doing another live stream next Saturday. Only 5 minutes from Fulham and only one bottle thrown away. And yeah, listen, I think there's just been too many mistakes. That's the problem. Far too many mistakes. Hashtag cans. Yeah, keep your cans at the ready. I'm sure I've got plenty in the fridge, just ready for this takeover to go through. And I'll go and celebrate. Honestly, I will. I will go and celebrate. The minute this fat cockney bastard's gone, I will celebrate. There is a B team in Newcastle United. Yeah, the under-23s, which gets neglected. The under-23s is neglected. It's, for me, we've never seen that much potential. You look at the Longstaffs, but since then you had like Paul Dummett. That was a while back. Does Jamie Rubin resign before or after this takeover? If a deal goes through and we get taken over, then I don't think he'd resign from QPR. I don't think he'd stay. Obviously, he's got a share in the business, hasn't he? But he's got a share in the takeover, so he's got a share in the club. So it depends. I think most likely he would resign, but compensation and all that stuff. But not for me to really answer. I mean, at the end of the day, I just want to see Mike Ashley out, as far as I'm concerned. Let's have a look at the next one. If it goes through, of course, yeah, exactly. Literally, honestly, I'm like every Newcastle fan right now. I've literally got my fingers crossed. I've got everything crossed, just hoping that the club can see a brighter future. I know of this football club. We can see a brighter future. There is a brighter future ahead, but we just need to get this parasite out of our football club. And if we can do that, then there is better times. I'm not suggesting that these are going to come in and that they're going to throw a load at the club or they're going to be better than Mike Ashley. But anything is better than Mike Ashley. It sounds horrible to say. Okay, unless you own us at West Ham, David Sullivan, an example, but anything is better than Ashley. That's the way I look at it. You know, I think you've got to try and take the positives out of it. I think the positives we can take out of this is, at the end of the day, there's no red flags. There's nothing to suggest that the deal's been, there's nothing to suggest that it's collapsed, for starters. They're in with the Premier League. They're doing their rightful checks. And, yeah, like, we'll basically just go from there. Like, it's a case of just sitting tight and wait and see. Let's have a look. That would be a telltale sign. If he resigns from QPR, then something tells me he's obviously going to, he's definitely going to come along and buy the club. The thing is, you get a lot of fans who, when Man City got bought, they go out and support the plastic, where the money is. And I'll always support Newcastle United. I don't care if we're one of the poorest clubs in the country, but I care about the club. And I just want to see him at the club. I just want to see better times. I think every fan wants to see better times. I think you just want a team that can progress and a club that can reach its full potential, because I know there is. Let's have a look at the next comment. I just think Mike Ashley is a total curse on the football club. I think he's been a 13-year curse. We were expecting as a fan base some good times, but unfortunately there hasn't been any. I mean, yeah, you can say two championship wins, but listen, the club should never find itself in the championship to begin with. It really shouldn't. Let's have a look at the next one. We're still in the window and about 10 days left. Well, we don't even know when the next window is going to be, unfortunately. We don't even know when the season's going to recommence. We don't even know if it's going to restart. At the minute, everything's up in the air. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to see something from the Premier League. I just want to see an announcement, but I know that's easier said than done. But I wish somebody would just come out and be honest. Someone comes out and be honest about the whole takeover situation. At least it gives us, the fans, a bit of peace of mind. If we've got that peace of mind, then, you know what I mean? I think that's what everybody wants. But it's just a case of just being patient. That I know it's tough for everybody. It's not easy, but I'm sure we'll get there. We'll get our response. We'll get what we want. I'm sure we'll get our right response. Listen, if Mike Ashley's still here, I can't see we're progressing. I really can't. I think it'll just be mid-table, dross, just surviving relegation. We might have the odd freak finish in the top 10, but that's about it. We'll be back to reality again. I mean, listen, players don't. You look at half the squad, half of them don't even want to be here. But that's just my personal opinion. Some of them aren't even good enough to play for this football club, but that will always be my opinion on it. Next question. The window is for the takeover. Oh yeah, we are still in the window for it. I know there's been a second bid from this American consortium, but whether or not that goes through, that remains to be seen. Honestly, it remains to be seen. No, I wouldn't rule them out completely, because if this falls through, which I hope it doesn't, fingers crossed it doesn't fall through, we can definitely rely on this second takeover, this second bid. Don't forget, Man City didn't come out until it was done. The problem we've got at the minute, though, is we're in a pandemic. I don't think they want to release anything just in case fans start flocking to the stadium, especially when it's social distancing as well. They don't want to attract any trouble. And I think if that's what they're doing, if that is another reason why, I definitely think it's a sensible decision to not say anything. But listen, I think we're all in the dark at the minute. Nobody really knows what's going on. Nobody's really got a concrete answer. Like I say, guys, I think I'm always 50-50 on it. I'm sort of confident, but at the same time, I've got a firm head on that. I don't want to get too ahead of it, because if I do, you can be left disappointed, and that's not what I want to be. You know what I mean? If it doesn't go through, it's simple as that. It doesn't go through. So yeah, it is what it is, unfortunately. Anyway, guys, that's going to be a wrap for the stream. I thank you very much, guys, for being part of the stream, making it what it has been tonight. Thank you very much for all your questions. I hope I answered them all to the best of my ability. I hope you stick by the channel. There'll be another live stream next Saturday at 8 o'clock, same time, 8 o'clock. And if you haven't subscribed, make sure you do. Make sure you click that notification bell, so when a video is released from myself, you'll never miss one. And yeah, I'm trying to get to 2,900 subs. So like I say, it's free of charge to subscribe to the channel to help it grow in 2020. And yeah, share it with your friends. Follow me on social media, Instagram, Twitter. TOON Army TV. And yeah, I thank you so much for, like I say, if I think you've done in this stream tonight. And I'm sure we will definitely come out the better end, and we'll definitely get our answer that we've all been, waiting for regarding the takeover. If you haven't hit the like button, please do. I think we've got about 40 odd likes. So if I can try and get the stream over 50 likes, that'll be amazing. If I can try and get it what it was last week, great. If not, it's fine. But I think you are the most important people. So also, a big up to everybody who has donated. I think I've mentioned that about 3 or 4 times. Fantastic. It's great to know that you're supporting me in the channel. And at the minute, things could be better. I could definitely improve things on the channel. Of course I can. But while the shops are closed, I can't do much. I have got big plans for the channel going forward. So yeah, just stick with us. I'm sure we'll definitely pull through this together. It's definitely frustrating for everybody, with this pandemic. But staying at home is obviously the right thing to do. And I'm sure we'll get through this together. And I'm sure, with the takeover, I'm fingers crossed that, we'll get this takeover done, and that we can, look to a better chapter. We need a new chapter in the club's history. We need to really kick on as a football club. I think we've got real potential. I think for me, I couldn't support a better club. We've got the best fans in the country, up and down the country, around the world. I couldn't be part of a better fan base. And I honestly, like I say, you guys make the channel what it is. Like I say, next season there'll be a lot of match day experiences from the ground. There'll be hopefully fan cams. There'll be a lot going on next season when we get the football back, if it's possible and safe to do so. But yeah, I think for me, it's just ambition, growing the channel, being better than what I was maybe this time last month or the month before or last year. But yeah, anyway, I'm rambling on a bit too much now. But yeah, thank you for your company this evening. And I wish you all well. I wish you all safe. And yeah, I hope I hope to see you all next week in the comments for the next few videos. So I will love and leave you, and I'll see you all soon. As I always say, keep it tuned. Catch us later.